And hello, very good evening. It's 5 o'clock on Sunday. It's the last day of November. Hope everybody is well. Good evening to Oscar. And, well, you're in your virtual reality. Right, okay, fantastic. So let's get going and let us start off with the titles. Well, it has been the most gorgeous of Sundays. Absolutely lovely blue skies all day long. And good evening as well to Electric Blues and to N8 Scooby and to the Concord Express as well. So I hope you are all well. So a quick check on tonight's lineup then. So we are going to start off on Cardiff City Network with the new Timetable add-on from Just Trains. I wasn't going to buy it, but I ended up caving in. So we're going to do a 37 run, so only a few minutes from High Heath level through to Cardiff Central, and then we'll take the same service on to Canton, and then we're going to do a couple of 142 runs, Radder to Corriton, and then Penarth to Heath High level, and then we're going to go on to West Coast Main Line South, the OTS 2019 timetable, and we're going to do a Class 710 test, so Milton Keynes to Wembley, and then Riviera line. We're going to do one of those China clay workings, Plymouth to Exeter in the Class 66, and we'll see how things are going, because we might have a bit of time at the end, but we'll see how we're going on. But yeah, I'm good. Hope you are all well. And we're going to start off with 2 Foxtrot 10 is the first service, and that's the Class 37.5. Let's get the game loaded up. Fair enough, Electric Blues. I did wonder actually whether one or two people might not either have the Cardiff City Network itself or have this latest timetable, but that's fine. No worries at all. Good evening, Rachel. So, you know, by all means, if you want to take part in the runs beyond Cardiff City Network, then you're quite welcome to, of course. Yeah, hope you're well this evening, Rachel. And I'm sure Scooby and one or two others might be just keeping an eye on the Grand Prix as well. I know it's... I'm not... well, I know absolutely zero about Formula One these days, but I believe the title could be decided today if things go our way. Yeah, that's fair enough, Concord. Yeah, That's absolutely fine. I think that's the trouble nowadays, unfortunately. Every time something new is released, certainly console-wise, then it almost seems to be guaranteed to have blurry textures, doesn't it? Good evening to the Ferryman 59, and of course that means Brian, so hope you are well. Yes, indeed, yeah, Chelsea Arsenal going on, I think, as well, isn't it, at the same time? So that's fair enough, Rachel. I kind of thought that might be the case, but I think sometimes it's just nice to see something that's quite new. And I know next Sunday we're definitely going to be having a look at the all-new 2019 OTS timetable. Sorry, not OTS, 2019 timetable for West Coast Mainline over Shat, which is going to be really exciting. So looking forward to that. So we're going to start off in the 37. And I thought we'll do the Dutch liveried one, I think. Yeah, can't wait, Electric Blues. I watched a bit of the stream from Tom on I forgot when it was now. But yeah, that's definitely going to be really exciting. So we'll certainly have a full play of that. If I get the chance, I might do a full recording on that one in the week, all being well. So this is only 11 minutes or something from Heath High Level to Cardiff Central, and it should be Rimney to Cardiff Central. But of course, this is a piece of DLC which has bits and pieces. Yeah, so it's a PC only mod, Rachel. But mind you, you are a PC user anyway, aren't you? But yeah, that'll be on TradeSim Community. So it's a 2019 version of Preston Carlisle, which is absolutely superb. And there was TradeSim TV did a stream of it with Tom. Right, so get this thing. So I know we don't have to worry about the DSD on this one. Make sure we get ourselves into forward, headlights on, and instrument lights might as well put on as well, not that you can really tell the difference. So we're due off at 08:35. This was kind of one of these 37 sets that ran for a little while as a kind of a short formation with Mark II stock on the back. I'm trying to remember now. I should be able to remember, but I can't remember if it was Thursday or Friday. Thursday, I think it was. It was Thursday. But yeah, well worth having a look back on. It's on Twitch, the stream, but if you follow, I think there's a post on, if you look for TradeSim TV on YouTube, I think there's on his posts, I think there's a link to it on there. But if you do search for Twitch for TradeSim TV, then yeah, absolutely, Concord. Yeah, brilliant weather, and for this time of the year, you can't complain, can you? Really, for November. Just a shame it's not like this tomorrow. Tomorrow's the final. Oh, train brake shut down. Takes an age for the 37 brakes to come off. Yeah, tomorrow's the last day of my holidays. I've had a week and a day off, so I'm back to work on Tuesday. But it's a very, very busy timetable as well, this West Coast Main Line over Shap. So you can do Pendolinos, you can do voyages, Virgin voyages, of course, as well. Oh. I think actually I shouldn't have gone then. I think we shut the doors anyway, haven't we now? Have we? No, maybe not. Right, now we can go. Amazing Concord. Yeah, I've never been to Salisbury actually. It's just one of those places that I would like to go sometime, I have to say. Get those brakes off, so we should be alright for going now. And I've called the stream tonight "Watch Those Signals," and I'm not so much thinking about everybody else, it's more about me, because I didn't have a very good time of it last week, did I, with the signals. We're good for 75 miles an hour at the moment. Ah, right, okay. Yes, I know what you mean. I haven't actually got I haven't got a 4K setup, to be honest. I'm only with HD, but yeah, it's certainly very true that the better the quality, it just takes forever sometimes. I mean, it took me ages to realise that when I used to do a recorded video, I would edit it in Adobe Premiere and then export it to YouTube, and that took absolutely ages. So eventually I figured out that a better way of doing it is record the video, edit it, and then send it back to OBS Studio, because it's a much more better YouTube friendly format, so it does it in half the time. So I think that was for the 25 mile an hour, that AWS marker. So unless I've missed it, I've not heard from Amaze Taze either so far tonight. I mean, there are bits about this route that, although it's kind of irritating in many ways, there are bits about it that are pretty decent. Ah, good evening, Martin. Hope you are well. Oh, I'm going to be speeding. Oh, I know what you mean. I've certainly had that issue as well. Concord, it's quite frustrating really, because sometimes you just want to get it done and finished. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I mean, I was quite critical myself about this route when it first came out. But there are times when I do enjoy it. And certainly going through Cardiff is nice. But it's just a shame that it's just not longer, really. Ah, right, Martin, yeah. Yes, of course, yes. That's where we know you of, yes. Merseyrail Train Simulator Classic Route Builder, yeah. Fantastic. But yeah, good to hear from you. Hope you're well. And how's things going? Have you made any more progress? I think it's one of those things that probably if you put 8 hours a day in, then it still wouldn't be enough. And it does take forever, but yeah, hope things go well with it. Yeah, I was the same, and I did say I wasn't really sure whether I was definitely going to buy it straight off. So I was kind of watched the preview stream, and I thought, yeah, it looks pretty good. And I thought, well, for $12.99, I'm gonna give it a go. I think the only thing that's kind of a bit faulty with it at the moment is when we do one of these 142 runs, I think you'll see every other DMU that's in the game pretty much is a 142, and I think they are working on kind of putting a patch up there so that it's kind of more fixed which trains you can drive and which trains will be AI, so we'll see a bit more variety. I mean, I would love to, Martin, actually, but I don't. Oh, heck, I'm speeding again. I was trying my hardest to concentrate on this thing. Whether I'd ever get time for it's another matter. I mean, I would absolutely love to. I'll perhaps just have to have a think about it. I mean, the one thing what I am working on at the moment, and it's only because I've had a few days in which to do it, with being off on holiday, but I've been putting in a bit of scenery between London-Liverpool Street along the West Anglia route, with the idea of getting us to Cheshunt, because there's a lot of scenery in there already. I don't think the route's available to download anymore. There used to be a site, but it's gone now. But I've been putting in some scenery. I'll have to ask the guys, though, that created it whether they're happy with me streaming it once I've actually put a bit of scenery in. But it's been a tortuous process because it was pretty much, again, green fields representing London. So but I've been doing a bit more. The trouble with route building, I find, is it's so tedious that I can work actively on it for a few days and then do absolutely nothing. The problem I find is there are loads of, there's such a good variety of buildings available, and I'm trying to find matches. I'm not kind of happy with just putting generic Kuju stuff in, and then, but the trouble is sometimes it's like I know I've got that particular building somewhere, but I don't know exactly where. But I've kind of done quite a bit with I kind of enjoy it to an extent, and then every now and again I kind of find a building that I think might suit, and then I'll be looking for something else, and then I'll think, that's that would look better for that particular building. But without being able to custom build stuff, then it's not easy. Yeah, well, hopefully, I'd like to be able to give you a hand at some point. I mean, I don't know when at this stage. I won't commit myself definitely, because I feel as though, you know, I sort of have very little time on my hands. But that's that's about that really. But I'd love to definitely help you if we can. I don't know if anybody else has done this run tonight. Brian, have you got this this add-on? So I'm not sure if anybody else. And Mace Taser's not been present so far, so I hope things are well with him. Perhaps he's otherwise tied up. It was always going to happen one of these weeks, but that's my score anyway for that run. 2031. I definitely did a bit of speeding at times, as you can see. 195 points for speeding. So I think actually what we'll do is we won't won't close down the game, because the other run into the depot is only pretty short. So we're going to do 5, I think it's 5 F110 now. So there we go, just Cardiff Central to Cardiff Canton Depot. Oh, excellent, Brian, there we go. Yeah, cheers for confirming that. So 2120. I think it's just us two, isn't it? I think on that, because Amaze Taze doesn't seem to be about at the moment. So let me do our little scoreboard then. There you go. So you did better on the with the speeding than me. So let's just add in the other score. So I was, what was I, 2031. And congratulations to Brian. So you beat me there. And 2120 for you and 2031 for me. So well done for that, Brian. And as always, thank you very much for taking part in that. I have so many buttons on here sometimes, I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, well done. Yeah. So this is just a short one. Yeah, 5F10, Cardiff Central to Cardiff Canton. Actually, I can't remember if I put the livery in right this time. Want to at least make sure it's the same livery as we did last time. I haven't got a rail driver, Martin, but I do have a power brake controller off TS Controllers. Now, it's absolutely brilliant. I haven't got it working though at the moment because I kind of come back to it, and I went to download the... Oh, there we go. It's making me reload the game anyway, so that decides that. I've got a power brake controller and it's really, really good. The only slight thing is I went to re-download the software because I've not played it since TSW6 has been around, and unfortunately I'm having issues with the software, so I've contacted Dan from Trains and Controllers and he's a bit baffled. So we haven't got it sorted yet, so I'm keyboard only, but it certainly makes it interesting when it's working. Usually it's no problem, but I think it must be something peculiar about my setup. I don't know why. But it is good with using the controllers because it's just the added realism, and I mean it's difficult to completely replicate the real feeling of driving a train, and Rachel will be able to tell us most about that really. But it's kind of with these controllers, it's trying to make it that bit more realistic. Yeah, I thought the game might be able to handle me actually doing 2 short runs like this together, but clearly not. Yeah, I used to have a rail driver years ago, but it's too flimsy. I mean, the one thing about the train sim, the TS controllers ones, are they are very, very sturdy. I don't think we need to worry about opening the passenger doors here. Slightly spoils the realism, doesn't it, that you have to I probably could have just sat in the cab actually and gone back to free roam. We could have completed this, but I don't know what the difference in the timing was with that. Alright, yeah, wow. Well, if you've got the ability, then you're able to do stuff like that, then so much the better. But yeah, this is kind of what Cardiff Central should look like now with the 802s. We've got a 165. We have got a 150 as well over there, so that's how busy it should look. I think we should be due away in a second, but I don't know whether we might get held up by signals. We've got an 802 coming in. Yeah, we're still red, aren't we? I've put that mod back in, by the way, as well, because I'm trying to make sure I can spot these reds this time. Yeah, good to see the 802 coming in. I mean, that was missing on the original timetable. We'd only got the HSTs, hadn't we? Good evening, Seb. Hope you're well. Right, so we're still on red. So how's the Grand Prix finished then now? I don't know whether this is going to be breaking news. Right, yeah, that's finished, doesn't it? Yeah, Verstappen wins in Qatar. Right, so it's going to go down to the last race then. Is that next weekend? Right, now we've got the roads. We've got a 142 coming in. But this does definitely feel as though this is what Cardiff should look like. Or should have looked like on the original timetable. Right, so let's see if I can avoid speeding on this section, because it's such a short section that surely I'm capable of not speeding on this. Just kind of runs away from you a little bit. Yeah, fantastic, Seb. Yeah, I know. It's the problem I've got sometimes is I just feel as though we've got to get a little bit of variety in, because otherwise it's just boring if we do the same stuff every single week. There's the Millennium Stadium. Well, what do they call it now? The Principality Stadium, don't they? In the background, and then we're going over the River Taff. So it's not going to be the fastest of runs, this. We're only a few hundred yards away to the depot. It's good that you can actually do this sort of stuff, though. Oh, there's a GWR 150 coming in as well. So it's good to see 150s in the game, but in different colours. So this is always confusing when it's on a bend, but those two little markers there, that tells us that we do have access into the depot. No worries, Lee. I don't think you're the only one. I think, to be fair, quite a few people would have been watching, which, you know, I don't blame you. It's obviously quite exciting stuff with the Formula One going on at the moment. It's quite good to be able to see Cardiff like that in the background. It's quite exciting. So this side of it is really short. So just a few hundred yards, but I think it's good, because as a real train driver, you would get to experience going in and out of the depot, and it's something as a passenger you would never ever experience. So it's great to be able to do. Thanks, Seb. Yeah, no, that's much appreciated. There's something over there as well in the background, which I didn't even realise was in the game until this morning. But I'll have a little wander over to there in a second. So we'll get a little bit faster after this run, but so is the final Grand Prix next weekend? Then I take it, Seb, is it? There we go. So just a short one. So that's 489 for me. Ah, right. So yeah, still on to the final race then. Hi, Josh. Hope you're well. I missed your first part of what you said there. Unless you ride a Branch Line Society rail tour. Oh, I see what you mean. Was it me saying about you can't get much slower than that? Oh, crikey, Brian. Well, you beat me again. 5:04. Well done. Yeah, hope you're well, Josh, and hope things are going well with your patch with the where are we now? Where's my train? Yeah, there it is. So just going to have a little wander. Yeah, I hope things are going well with your patch for your 2019 Birmingham Cross City timetable. Oh, I see. Yes, got you. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'd love to go on one of those rail tours about where you can actually gain access to the depot. I've lost where it is now. The point being that somewhere over here is there it is. I think this is Cardiff City's football ground. I didn't even realise that this was in the game. So I love it when you have models done of football stadiums, that are custom models. Clearly, you tell from the colours that's Cardiff City, isn't it? So we've got both the Principality Stadium and we've got Cardiff's ground in as well. Yeah, right. Yeah, Josh, yeah, it's the time for the lurgy at the moment, isn't it? Brilliant. Yeah, no, that'll be good. I mean, there's very few bugs that I could see, but I'm sure there's one or two bits and pieces, as a perfectionist as you are, I'm sure that that you have you've been working on, and I bet as well you're also looking forward to that Preston Carlisle modern app. So it should be more or less possible to do essentially a run from Euston to Milton Keynes in your timetable, then cross over to Birmingham Crewe, and then cross over to Preston Carlisle in a Pendolino. So that in itself is quite exciting. Let's go back to my timetable. So 5 F10. What was it? Cardiff Central would help if I could spell. Yeah, so it's 2-0 to Brian at the moment. You've started really well and kind of close at that time, but then it was hard to be much points-wise different, given it being such a short run. So let's put the leaderboard up. There we go. There it is. Well done, Brian. And again, thank you massively for taking part in that. So many buttons on these things. I kind of get lost where I am sometimes. All right, Chelsea taking the lead. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, definitely, Brian. Yeah, really, really difficult. I remember one of the runs that me and Amaze Taze did from Longsighted to Piccadilly. I think we both achieved the same score once. So yeah, oh well, that'll make the title more interesting with Chelsea winning. So back in the set first, advert break is coming up now, and then afterwards we've got a 1-4-2. So 2 Charlie, 1-5 I think it is. Radder to Corriton. I think the only thing about these advert breaks is I've kind of got no idea when it's finished. You know, it's not like if you're on ITV and you know exactly when it's finished. You're kind of guessing a little bit. But I hope they don't find it too distracting. But yeah, look forward to the upgraded route, and I say can't wait to do some of those consecutive runs. So that'll be quite good fun. I mean, the funny thing is, I think the Birmingham crew is based their timetable in 2019, but of course they don't have. They haven't got the kind of the grey and the flowing silk liveries in there. Be quite kind of good if you could do a substitution so that all the Pendolinos and Birmingham crew were in the same liveries as on your timetables. I don't know how difficult or complicated that would be though. So we'll do the 1-4-2. Do one of these liveries with the advertising slogans on. I think I've got it right. 2 Charlie 1-5. There we go. Radder to Corriton. So a bit longer this time. 39-minute service. We got the pictures up this week as well of the 47-3, didn't we, on the upcoming crew to Preston. So hopefully that means that that route from Just Trains isn't going to be a million miles off. You kind of know that things are progressing when you start getting these development upgrades, or the upgrades, development blogs. It kind of shows that it's on its way. I think the speculation seems to be that it's more likely to be the new year than before Christmas, but we shall see. What are we? Market? Well, we don't want... daylight. There we go. There we go. So this is the livery. Oh yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, the texturing. I think everybody was marvelling at how good it looks. And yeah, absolutely electric blues. Can't wait for that. And we're going to have the slow speed control in place as well, so you can crawl along picking up the coal. And I presume you can pretty much sit back and watch it happen. I think what they said is just keep an eye out for those pesky signals, though. Ah, you see that passenger there? It was as though, oh yeah, there's another one. He was getting off, and then it was as though he got like an elasticated thing on the back of him that was hurling him back into the coach. But yeah, the start of a new journey, TFW.Wales. Of course, this was the transition from Riviera Trains Wales over to Transport for Wales. So this is a full run to Corriton. I've just thought, I've not set me this thing, have I? Actually, I think you just do it with F7, F8, don't you? Yeah, where are we? Where are we going to? Corriton, wasn't it? Yeah, perhaps see if we can find some people who've done it, Concord, and that have streamed it, and that perhaps might give you an idea with the console users. Yeah, it's where are we? Camera 8. I was hoping that's those studded double bus doors rather than the original, like sort of four doors that was included. Hang on. Oh no, no, it's my DSD, isn't it? I've just thought. No, I've got to go all the way back down to there. Hang on. Right, shut the doors again. Pretty full as well. Yeah, it's sort of funny, isn't it? The network in and around Wales. Yeah, it has got decent sounds on it. To be fair, it's lovely. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? A TFW service, Transport for Wales, but actually doesn't even touch Wales. He did do the moonwalk, Lee, and you can't beat that flange as well. It does look pretty nice. Right, now we can get a bit of speed up, go up to 55. Yes, I can imagine. That's the point, actually. I forgot what the button is. We haven't got automated announcements, but then you wouldn't have in the real service. So I think is it G button?
The next stop is Danes Court.
Yeah, I love that because that was recorded by. That wasn't Tom trying to do a Welsh accent. That was actually a chap called, I think it was it Gareth Davies or something, but you couldn't get a more Welsh sound than that. Good evening, Pete. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think we've certainly had a bump in additional viewers since the Grand Prix finished, but I was kind of expecting that, to be honest. No, we had got them on, hadn't we?
The next station stop is Danes Court.
Yeah, I love that, having the Welsh voice. That's really great. Yeah, that's perfect, isn't it? It's not just Welsh, but Merthyr Tydfil as well. So that's realism for you. And I think, bear in mind, you wouldn't get automated announcements in the game. I mean, the thing is, this add-on was actually completed, I think Tom was saying, way back in June or something like that. So obviously it wasn't built with TSW6 in mind. I mean, some people moaned about the fact that you haven't got train faults, but in all honesty, bearing in mind how buggy these train faults have been, I'm quite happy to get something without train faults in it. Just kind of make me think, though, that when the 805 comes out, a game which I'm kind of looking forward to, but I mean, the hope that we'll have station announcements is probably asking a bit too much. I'd love to see it, but I think we'll probably be lucky just to get the announcements in the train itself. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, you notice again difference in the accents. It's slightly transitional, I think, isn't it? So, although, you know, there's a definite Welsh lilt to it, it's nothing like the accent that you get deep into Wales. Yeah, Windsor Davies, Pete. Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, what was that? It ain't half hot, Mum, wasn't it?
The next stop is Fairwater.
Yeah, it's great, that. And again, there's a huge difference between accents between, say, North Wales and Mid Wales and South Wales. Ah, right, also equalised then. Scooby, yeah. But yeah, well done, by the way, for your race yesterday. I've seen bits of it. I haven't had a chance to watch it properly. But thanks for putting the link in on the Discord channel. It's fascinating to watch you do it. Ah, right, okay, Milford Haven. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's touch and go, isn't it, now? It really is interesting, but good to see a different aspect to the Premier League title race, though, this season. But yeah, I've got to say, loving this livery. It's really, really nice. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I find the Welsh accent generally fairly comprehensible, but I've had a few Scottish clients over the years from sort of really deep into the Highlands, and I can barely understand a word. Yeah, I always think it's. I mean, it's a really fascinating subject. I think accents, the way they do transition over a country, and
The next station stop is Whitegron Park.
I mean, I think Tom made the point when he was streaming it, but he's quite glad the fact that we have Gareth's accents because, or sort of pronunciation, because otherwise some of these places you just, as an English person, you would have absolutely no clue about how to pronounce them. Yeah, that was something I was going to say, to be honest. I've certainly noticed that in parts of North Wales, that there's definitely a hint of Scouse, even, you know, sort of over the border. Oh, excellent, Oscar. Is it your birthday or something? Must try and avoid putting on step 3 brakes as well when we come to a halt, because you kind of think that half the passengers, if anybody was standing up at that point, they'll probably have keeled over. Oh yes, indeed, Rachel. Yeah. Yeah, I remember having a Cornish client, a company that's based in Cornwall, and the chap's name I used to deal with, it was spelt as, well, spelt Jose. So I was thinking Jose. I think I've got Jose Mourinho in my mind, but no, Jose, how you pronounce it. And I kind of thought, yeah, that fits in much better with Cornwall. Of course, as well, thinking of Cornwall makes me think of Doc Martin. I don't know whether that was probably a mixed blessing from a Cornish point of view, but it was tremendous fun though. Oh, sounds nicely. Yeah, I had my Sunday roast with chicken as usual. Sort of boring as always the same.
The next stop is Ninian Park.
And of course, for Cardiff City supporters over a certain age, then this of course was where Cardiff used to play. I don't know if any of the stadium that used to be there still exists. Ah, excellent electric blues. Yeah. These platforms do creep up on you, don't they? Slightly better from the braking point of view, I think, that time. Yes, indeed, yeah. And I have been to Port Isaacs. I mean, it is such a gorgeous place. It kind of makes me laugh though the suggestion that the doctor's surgery could be all halfway up that hill. You would imagine anybody that was actually ill would have keeled over and would be dead by the time they got there, just from trying to climb up the hill. But I think the real doctor's surgery is just in the town, as you won't be surprised to know. Yeah, Port Isaac, yeah, absolutely. But an absolutely beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place. And you can understand why they filmed it. And it's slightly off the beaten track as well, because you're going along the main road, and you see it signposted, don't you? But you wouldn't know it existed otherwise. Yeah, you fully understand why they filmed it there. It's absolutely beautiful. So I've never been to St Ives, but I have been to Port Isaacs. So we're getting past the depot again now, aren't we, at Canton? So that kind of proves the point that Ninian Park mustn't have been that far away then. Good to see we've got a 150 or two there. Oh, there's a 37 as well, so in rail freight livery this time, if I can say the word. Yes, I can imagine, Pete, yeah. I mean, the thing was, it was the same with the Likely Lads, wasn't it, years ago? Because I think Rodney Bewes basically had a Yorkshire accent, and James Boland was from Sunderland, so there wasn't a Newcastle man in sight, really. Yeah, I'd love to go, and I'd love to go this time of the year. I mean, I suppose I had the chance last week, really, being away. There's the main line coming into being. So you've kind of got the line going through to Bristol in one direction and then Swansea in the other. But when I went to Cardiff and went down on the Class 67 in August, I was just quite thrilled with how busy Cardiff actually is. There's something going on all the time. It's a really, really busy station. Me too, Lee. I always have porridge for breakfast, to be honest. Good evening, Southwestern. Yeah, long time no here, as far as I recall, anyway. Yeah, hope you are doing well. Good to see another 150 here, anyway, because generally the consensus is that all the other services are 142s, but that proves the point that, mind you, that's a Great Western one, isn't it? So perhaps that's a bit different. Posh Cockney, I love it. That's great. All right, I've only just spotted Pete. Yeah, there's something about Newcastle that I do absolutely love. And Me and my brother went for a day out. Oh, crumbs! When was it now? February last year, I think it was. They had that very cheap rail sale thing, so I think we went for a pound or something from Manchester Victoria to Newcastle. And yeah, we really enjoyed it. We even went up up to see the new castle. Ah, I remember you saying, yeah, Pete, yeah, I hope it went as well as it could have done. Really challenging route this is to get your head around the speed limits, particularly when you're driving something like this, the Pacer. So we're back to Cardiff Queen Street next, which we have seen, but we are going on to Corriton though today, and this, well, I say today in this service. Right, now we're getting quite sharply uphill. So the Catenary and the OHLE down below are leaving. I could spy a 170 coming in down there as well. Cross-country service, of course they would be on Cardiff Nottingham, wouldn't they? Ah, brilliant. Concorde, yeah. I think that is one thing I absolutely love with Train Sim World, where sometimes some of the buildings are pretty realistic and you can actually work out exactly where you are. Right, what are we? Single yellow, aren't we? Hope that's a yellow. Yeah, it's definitely a yellow. I'm getting paranoid now with these signals. Your mind was chocolate, eh? I think you just have to ease yourself with the brakes, because the moment you put brake step 3 on, you feel as though it really is sharp. Even step 2 is pretty tasty. I like that, yeah. Michelangelo's, run by Italian Geordies. Now, I'm great at accents, but I couldn't do it without a few more visits. It's up there with Glaswegian Indian. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, Glasgow's a very difficult accent to get your head around, isn't it? They've always come across to me as Oh, I forgot to press my announcement thing, didn't I? Never mind. Yeah, definitely a fun little train to drive. So we're at Heath low level this time, so we did high level earlier on. I mean, this route just has so much potential, really. I mean, there is so many little routes, but just not enough of it represented. Yes. Now that I can fully imagine. I'm running a bit behind schedule here. Yeah, definitely Concord, yeah. I mean, if we could connect up with Bristol and beyond, I mean, the ideal, I suppose, for a bit of continuity, not that that ever seems to be something that DTG worry about too much, but it'd be lovely if it connected up with Exeter, and then at least you've got some sort of cohesive effort. But, you know, failing that, at least if we could get to Bristol anyway. And you feel as though Bristol Temple Meads has to be put in the game at some point, because right, that was single yellow, wasn't it? I've been a very bad driver because I'm really not taking any notice at all, and I should have remembered that the previous signal was actually double yellow, but I'd not noticed. Unless it is, mind you, having said that, that's one of those signals where it couldn't be a double yellow anyway, could it? So maybe the previous one was green. But anyway, we recognise the fact that it is single yellow, so the next one will be red. And we're still point set with, it's before the station anyway, so we've got to be a bit careful here. Oh, absolutely, Pete, yeah. And as I think you said last time, as long as yeah, we've definitely got the feather, haven't we? So we are single yellow. As long as they keep up the those Class 67 services, then I'll be more than happy. Yeah, it certainly is electric blues, yeah. I know Pete's done it a couple of times, but I mean, you have to pay extra on top of your first class fare, but the first class fare is quite reasonable. And the food is not overly priced as well, but certainly from my point of view, it was absolutely top quality, and enjoyed it all the more with a bottle of wine as well. Yeah, I think they do, don't they? I think there is a Holyhead service, yeah. Ah, this is where we're veering off. That's high level up there, and then this is veering off to the left to low level.
We will shortly be arriving at East Low Level.
There's Gareth Davies again. Feel as though we should be watching a bit of rugby union. There we go. Pretend we know how to drive these things. Yeah, exactly. That's. I couldn't put it better myself, Pete. Yeah. Restaurant quality 3-course meal, full bottle of. Yeah, I had Shiraz as well. Very nice it was too. I think it does, Electric Blues. Yeah, I'm sure the Holyhead one does stop at Chester. Oh right, I didn't even realise. I haven't been really keeping an eye on these autumn internationals too much. So when you say 73-0, a 73-0 defeat? Wow. I mean, these were used to be the best of the best. I mean, there was no World Cup in the 70s, was there? But there was a time when Welsh rugby absolutely ruled the roost. Yeah, that's perfectly true. You could go Chester to Crewe and then join the 67 down to Wales. Wow, 73-0 by South Africa. That's incredible. Maybe not that much of a surprise nowadays.
The next station stop is T-Glass.
Yeah, T-Glass. I suppose that's not that. I mean, I just said Tie Glass, so. But yeah, interesting to know that it's T. Yeah, definitely. And as Pete said, we've got no idea how long these 67s and Mark IV stocks are going. It's just a really, really nice, relaxed, chilled out journey, and if you're doing it, sort of leisure wise, I mean, I think Pete's talked about doing the breakfast one as well. You can get a nice breakfast. I mean, I travelled down in the Mark IV from Leeds to London in the week in first class, which was lovely on the LNER service. I very much enjoyed that. A bonus of all as well, it was 38 minutes late, so I've got a 50% refund back on it as well, which was magnificent. It's funny, isn't it? We get London Euston's absolutely dead, and then you stop at this T-Glass and it's absolutely thronged with passengers. think because I've not played on this route that often, that some of these stations and so on I could barely even remember ever stopping at. So it's kind of good to revisit and come back to it.
The next stop is Birch Grove.
Yeah, a bit more easier to pronounce Birch Grove. Ah, excellent, Pete, yeah. Yeah, but I have to say, standing on Manchester Piccadilly Station in August and waiting for it to come through, I was quite excited. We haven't actually had a look inside the train either yet, have we? We'll manage to do that at some point. I love how it's all in Welsh there as well. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. I'd say Decrw Taith Nuid, which I'm sure is a complete abomination in terms of how you should be pronouncing it. But we do know what it's saying in English, the start of a new journey. Oh, hang on. That was funny. I pressed the guard buzzer to respond back, and it doesn't work now. Ah, have I done something stupid here? No. What have I done? Hang on. Oh yeah, I had that thing about. Right. That's right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, absolutely, and I say, enjoyed my 91 ride down from Leeds to King's Cross on when was it now? Tuesday, and then I come back up from Euston to back to Crewe on the Withervanti, but I couldn't quite stump up the first class price then, so I went for standard premium. I know. I'm trying to give the passengers a bit of a fright by opening on the non-platform side as well. They are. That's the trouble. I mean, to go Euston to Crewe first class would have been £110 just for a single trip, so that was kind of wasn't very doable, particularly as I was picking the car back up at Crewe, so I wasn't going to spend that sort of money and not be able to have any alcohol at all, as it were.
We will shortly be arriving at Rubina.
I'm just relieved that this platform's a bit longer. I thought we'd nearly got to fly through this station. Yeah, definitely right, and I can't remember what the single from Leeds to King's Cross was now, but it was a lot more reasonable. Yes, indeed, Rachel. Yeah, Yeah, it's and you get the best view of all, looking at the line ahead from the driver's cab. Yeah, we were held up for 38 minutes. There was a train broken down in the somewhere between Leeds and Wakefield. So it seemed to be causing chaos. So the train before it was cancelled, but then became our train. So we were like the 12:45 and the 13:15, I think it was. But as I was doing it for leisure, I wasn't to the least bit bothered about it being late, and you know, having the reserve seat, I was absolutely fine with it. I was just disappointed coming back. It was the one from Euston. Again, there's been problems with broken down trains in the area, so I got 25% back. I was just kind of hoping it might be another 7 or 8 minutes late, and then I would have got 50% back again. But can't complain. Yes, you might have a few problems if you're drinking Shiraz in the cab, I guess. Ah, right. That sounds like a good score, Brian. I think you're thrashing me tonight, but we'll see. I presume this is the next stop after Whitchurch. Oh, forgot to say.
The next stop is Corrigan, where this train terminates.
You kind of feel here as though this was the bit where they'd kind of given up trying to make things finished off. Just doesn't quite have the light. It looks very, very basic. I mean, you go out here actually, and you've got all that sort of stuff going on. This looks really nice. I do apologise. Yeah, it certainly is full plout on the old concentration. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry if I startled anybody with all that. But yeah, I have to say, delay repay is one of the best features, and don't get me wrong, I suppose if you're travelling, you know, for business reasons, or you're going to somewhere and you're desperate for it to be on time, then it's no laughing matter. But if you're doing it for leisure, you're not going to be too bothered about being half an hour late or so, then it's absolutely brilliant. Very good, Brian. Very good. I love that. Old Peculiar. That's the beer, not my missus. Love it. Yeah, I love some of these old names like that, I have to say. So at least there is a feeling with this particular journey that it is end to end, and if we had a little bit more of the network, then this could in theory be the most amazing route ever. Well, I say most amazing route ever. It's not going to be to everybody's cup of tea, but it's pretty good. So make a note of your score, Brian. And again, thanks for taking part. I think Amaze Tay's might be a little bit busy this week. But it's been a rare event that he's missed a stream. But yeah, I really enjoyed that run. So we've got another 1421 coming up in a second. And my score is, there we go, 8705. So yeah, you absolutely annihilated me, Brian. That's 3-0 to you, I make it. Well done. Yeah, it would. Swansea to Paddington would be great. It really would. Yes, I can imagine, Pete. I really can. So what run was that then? What did we say? 2 Charlie 1-5, wasn't it? So Radar 2. I'm just relieved after last week though. So far, mind you, I say these things, I always jinx myself, but hopefully no red signals this week. So Brian was 9003. Still need to put some music up, don't I, for these leaderboard things. And then let's put my score into the works. Not that it makes any good, because it was 8705. There we go. But thank you very much again, Brian, for competing, and well played. It's really appreciated. Ah, good evening, Kyle Destroyer. That's I can't recall where you've been on before, so thanks for joining us. Yeah, when I drive big trains, Avanti West Coast, Azura, etc., I often struggle to move, and a red signal thing appears on either side of the speed. Same applies to normal trains in snow for some reason. Yeah, not totally sure. You should always get the countdown in terms of the signals. Well, you say that, Pete, but actually we've got another 142 run coming up, but then it's the end of the 142s. We are doing Penarth to Heath high level coming up next, but quick advert break first. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's not supposed to be there. Hang on. Right, I think we might have to do this slightly differently. Hang on. Yeah, it says launching, but it's not. Tell you what, let's cancel and then we'll do it through the Steam. Right, it's working out. I don't know what went on there. Just a quick one to say as well. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and if you haven't done it before, then if you would consider liking and subscribing, then would be tremendously appreciated. Always massively enjoy the support, and really appreciated all both the new and the existing subscribers. Greatly enamoured by all the support. Yeah, David Attenborough, 100 next May. Wow. Yeah, so this is the last of the Cardiff City Network services, and then we will move on to doing something else. It's still going to be another EMU. Well, I say another EMU. It's going to be an EMU, but it's going to be a fast 710, but we will do that. I haven't got Spirit of Steam, actually, Kane. That is one route I don't have. So the plan is, actually, so we've got one more on Cardiff City Network, it's another 142. Then we're doing a 710 on a test run, so we can take it a bit faster than normal. So Milton Keynes to Wembley on Josh's 2019 timetable, and then we've got a Riviera line class 66 to finish with on Plymouth to Exeter, but on one of those China clay workings, and that's kind of interesting for me because I'm from the Potteries. I've seen the China clay workings coming through Stoke-on-Trent station a number of times. Yeah, last one, and I mean, I think it's added a bit more interest to it, to be honest. But the big problem with it always is the length of the routes. We need a bit more, and as like Rachel said, it'd be great if we could have, say, Swansea to Paddington, or even going the other way. Good evening, Andrew. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm not sure, Kane. It's taken me a while to get into driving Steam a little bit. I've got Peak Forest, which I haven't given a proper run out on yet. But I don't have Spirit Steam. And I've got the West Somerset Railway as well, where you can do a few runs with that. This is slightly different livery this time. So this is kind of unbranded now. Yeah, I'm great, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, it's good to know. It's kind of basically a Riva Train Wales, sorry, a Riva Train Wales, but without the words on it. I did, Cade, yeah, with the dog one, yeah. The one in tribute to your nan's dog, which I thought was absolutely lovely, actually. I did that after last night's stream. We've shut the doors, haven't we? Hang on. Yeah. Oh, hang on. This thing again, isn't it? There we go. Yeah, I think that's the problem, Pete. I agree with you. I think that's the problem. It's the lack of skill in my case, unfortunately. But yeah, I agree with you, Rachel. I mean, even being able to take it out to Barry Island would be good. It does have potential, this route, but we just need a few more end-to-end runs. Yeah, absolutely. Glasgow, Queen Street to Oban, or even one to Mallaig as well, which is perfectly doable. I don't know whether I'm going to get... We'll see how we're going, Kane. It's a possibility, but we'll see how we're doing for time. Yeah, it's cruise an interesting thing because we do have it... Well, we're going to have it in 3 different eras, aren't we? So the steam era in the 60s, pre-electrification, or it might be 50s, 50s, 60s, then the one in the 80s from Just Trains, and then we've got the 2019 one, or the current crew really, from All Aboard Studios.
The next stop is London.
I mean, I've quite enjoyed driving steam when I've tried it. Yeah, and you know, you kind of can't get a better place to have it in different eras, really. I might have a look later on about, because we've got the Black Friday sale. I don't know whether Spirit of Steam is included in that. I did notice that New York Trenton's available for something like $8.99. I thought, oh, I might pick that up. Great name, that, Pollockshire West. Oh, I would oh, I've forgotten me timetable doodah as well, haven't I? Where are we supposed to be going to on this run? I can't actually remember where the service is supposed to be going to. We are going to Heath High Level, but there isn't its ultimate destination, is it? But yeah, I would absolutely love to see something like that. Fenchurch Street with the old 302s. I'd love to see just some first generation overhead EMUs in the game. I think that is something that would be a huge great thing for me. And I think a lot of people have kind of said something like Fenchurch Street to Shoeburyness, or there's one or two other possibilities, isn't there, from there? But I think that's been a call from people for a long time. So why did you get stuck then, Andrew? Was it was the tray broken down, or or was there something else going on? Oh, is it St Andrew's Day today? Yeah, that was where you started, wasn't it? With the well, I think you were talking about the 306s, didn't you? You started with, but the 302s be good as well. Yeah, that is a good shout, Pete. I have to say that I would absolutely love to see that period. Speaking of 85s, I know it's Trade Sim Classic, but backdated Trade Sim, we've already got a 85 in the game, and we have version 2 coming out very soon, and they released a little clip of it coming through, and it sounds absolutely beautiful. All right, okay. That sounds like a Power Flower Trades and Planes issue, Andrew. Yeah, there's so many that they could do, but I mean, even if they could just start off with a couple of first gen EMUs, I'd be happy. I kind of feel if you did something like, say, a 305, then it's basically the same trade as the 304 and the 308, so it would cover a multitude of sins. The same with if you did the 312, you could kind of do the 312 and it kind of substitute as being a 310 as well. So they're similar. I'd say the word enough for me.
We will shortly be arriving at Potteries.
I would never in a million years have known that was pronounced as Cathays. You know, you would have said Cathays, wouldn't you? You'd think surely that's Cathays. What was your favourite of the first generation EMUs then, Rachel? Yeah, I suppose the 304s were probably the same. Again, not having to drive them personally, but oh yeah, absolutely, and 80s as well. I mean, the North Wales coast used to be a haven of varied traction. I mean, I think the difficulty with the game sometimes is that we're slightly in the minority, like in sort of the British Rail Blue and the older era, and I suppose most of the games market is kind of what's available and what exists on the lines today. So 99% of the stuff that they produce is geared towards the modern day. Which I kind of get to an extent, because I mean, I do like driving steam, I like the challenge of it, but of course, again, that wasn't something I grew up with. Yeah, the 502s were interesting, weren't they? Because they were the I'm getting this right, aren't I? Those were the Woodhead ones, and you kind of basically can't tell the difference between 302, or very similar anyway. Some of these stations, though, I mean, I agree it's not the best route in the world, but it is quite fascinating. Look at the clag off that as well. And I do think, I mean, I think one of the it's a great hobby in terms of the fact that there is so much interest, young and old, which I think is fantastic. Oh yes, yes, of course, yes, Pete, yeah, yeah. No, the Woodhead ones, the DCs were 506s, weren't they? Yeah, the 502s. Again, I've driven that on Train Sim Classic because there's a that I've forgotten the name. Mike Dunning, I think his name was. He's done a older like Merseyrail route. Excellent electric blues. I like that. Yes, no, I know what you mean. I tell you what, autumn's a damn difficult period for trying to work out signals, because you've got the, particularly if you're driving in towards the sunshine, you got the glare of the sun, and all the trees are like browny, orangey, and it's quite difficult to make out the signals at all. No, 100%. And I think the thing is, the seafront is so close to the station that, you know, with all the Gavin and Stacey stuff, if they'd represented the seafront and they put in, they would have had masses of interest. You know, it might even have made it into the local news if they could have showed a realistic representation of, you know, like the arcades and all that sort of stuff, where the slot machines were. Yeah, I certainly hope so, Pete. I certainly hope so, and you know, it's nice. And certainly that was my experience. And you know, as I got a little bit older, I got more interested in trains, you know, that I kind of hadn't got massive experience of and learning about them, and hopefully that is something that the newer generation are enjoying and will enjoy. Wow, I'm actually on time here. We've got a minute or so to go. I forgot to do the announcement again coming into the station. Such an imposing city as well. I mean, I tell you what, if you rewound the clock back 30, 40, 50 years, then Cardiff must look so different. Well, I had a fun time because I came down on the 67, stopped the night in Cardiff, and then I did do the Gavin and Stacey tour on the following day, and I had a really enjoyable day. I thought it looked quite nice, to be honest. But better be careful about this signal as well. I can't even see it at the moment. I think it's lurking behind that windscreen wiper. No, it's green. Yeah, we're all right. Yeah, I would put the destination blind up if I could remember where this train's supposed to be going to, but I have forgotten. Yes, indeed, I've seen that, yeah, which I think was a great idea, really. So what's occurring in? I got another 142 coming into view. Oh, is there really? Ah, right, okay, signal flare mods. Now that is something I must make a note of. Really tricky, this, coming down this incline. It's worth doing a few more runs, actually, to get your head around this route all the more. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, the idea of a network for me is you know, I think it's a brilliant idea, but it's just with this route you've got like bits of runs, and you wouldn't mind so much if you sort of thought it's okay, this is just a stopgap, this route will be extended, but you kind of feel as though it will never be extended. One by Myron and the other one by Spacey Cat. I'm lost with that one, I have to say. This is talking about the leisure gear, is it? Yeah, I'll definitely have a look at that, because the those glares are very, very irritating. So yeah, I will have a look, see if Spirit Esteem's in the sale, because it would be nice to have crew, but I'm not going to spend £30 on crew to Liverpool, particularly as it's, I think the timetable's not as busy as it could be. Oh, I see. Right, got you. One by Myra. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, brill. I presume you can't install them both then. It's kind of one or the other. There we go. So that was the end of that run. Very much, I did enjoy it, to be honest. And let's find out from Brian in a second what his score was on that one. Yeah, Porthcawl, of course, that's one of the Open Championship golf courses, isn't it? Yeah, oh, brilliant, Andrew. Yeah, yeah. I remember you saying, I think, was it your mum or your nan who could pronounce it properly? But yeah, wow. I'm certainly not going to give it a go. I think G Loves Trains with her YouTube channel is able to do it, but I couldn't be anywhere even remotely close. Yeah, very jealous actually. This motorhome, I bet it's lovely actually to bit of leisure time and go on holiday and travel about in. My mum, no problem. No problem. Very good. Well, I enjoyed that. Anyway, that is the end of the Cardiff City Network stuff. Yes, I remember you had a bit of a thing about caravans. I've had some quite nice times in caravans over the years, but motorhomes, yeah, I do get the sort of the freedom and the enjoyment that you could derive from being able to travel about in them. So that is great. So how are we getting on, Brian? Are you? I take it you have done this run as well, and are you nearly there, as it were? So it's probably about time for the half-time coffee, I suspect. It is exactly half-time, 7 o'clock. All right. Oh, you beat me again, Brian. This is becoming an annihilation. 3592. Wow. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would make a good YouTube video in its own right, wouldn't it? Particularly if you were kind of there. Get to get a few shots of the station, and then you could do like one of those Vox Pox things and get 10 people to. Ah, oh, no worries, no worries, Brian. You shouldn't be apologising for being good. All right, Concord. Yeah, we need a few of these recordings. I'd love to hear them. So perhaps people could upload them to the Discord or something. That would make quite a nice little video with a little montage. And if 10 people did it, then perhaps I'd have a go at it. So let's go off to my leaderboard. Oh, well done, Pete. There we go. You see, all these people that can say it. I'm certainly not one of them. Right, so this run was, what was it? 2 Hotel 9. To Penarth Heath, high level. Right, so let's go to the put the leaderboard in, and then we'll put the scores in. Although it's not going to be the order changing on that. So, well played, Brian. Anyway, that's really good. And again, thanks for taking part. And yeah, you're doing extremely well. So it was a little bit closer that time. That was probably the closest one we've had, I think. So there we go. It's up in line. So that's Brian. That's 4-0 to you. Well played. Well played indeed. So I'll leave that up for a second. We'll do a couple of adverts and I'll disappear for a minute, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Right, so I'm back. Yeah, I'm sure. It's a bit strange of me Tay's not being in tonight, but I'm sure he's got his reasons. I know he was on the Discord channel yesterday, so I don't know if something's cropped up today. Hope things are well with him. Is there a mod? Wait, mate. Heath more realistic by having the platforms full of sick and injured people on crutches in wheelchairs having just come out of the Heath Hospital? Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Hi, Kane. Yeah, I think there's that tram sim, which I don't think it exists on the Vienna one that I've got. But I think if you buy the Munich add-on, I think you actually do get disabled passengers in wheelchairs that have to you have to press a button to kind of put the ramp down and stuff like that. So it can be done. Yeah, I think so. The funny thing about this chair is every now and again I find little bits keep falling off it. So I'm convinced that one of these days I'll sit in it and I'll fall to the floor, but not so far. So that's the end of the Cardiff City Network for now, but we're going to move on to, we're going to drive a 710 now, but not on a stopping service. This is on the OTS 2019 timetable on West Coast Mainline South. So this is 6 Charlie, no it's not, it's 5 Quebec 42. So we'll pick the empty one, and it's part 2, by the way. 1935 is the time, because I think there's more than one 5Q42. Yeah, thanks, Josh. I'm glad you mentioned that. I'd completely forgotten. I think you might be right, Brian, yeah. All right, maximum speed will be, right, 77, or 75 is that, I take it, Rachel? Yeah, well, that's right, they were built for 75 mile an hour, weren't they, I think? But it's unusual that we won't be, like, making loads of stops. So this is the one, 1935. So yeah, drive the ROG operated Class 710 test service from Milton Keynes Central to Wembley sidings. So I think because of the fact that it will be dark, I'm going to set it to July so that we can see things. All right, Andrew. Yeah, hoping next year ScotRail can run direct trains to Malay. Is that not a thing then? Yeah, I'll try and fit that in, Kane, at the end. We'll see how we're going on for time. But I'll try and get the... we'll certainly have a look at it anyway. But there might be time to give it a run. Right, so we've got to mess about with getting this into... so we'll say shoes up. We'll put AC select and then pan up. So that should do us for that. Then we'll do it with the opening the panel.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Shut that. Make sure we've got some headlights on. So we don't need to be opening the doors because we're on a test run, aren't we? So right, I see, yeah. Yes, indeed, Pete. Yeah. Chair really loud through, right, oh, you're... do you pronounce it as Boss or Boza? I'm never quite sure on that. Yeah, I love the 37s as well. And we did a 37 run a little bit earlier on with the... I don't think you were in at the start, were you? But we did one of those sort of Mark II carriage stock workings, substituting for a DMU, but it was quite nice on Cardiff City Network. So we're just waiting for the go ahead, but we need a green signal. We've got a green signal, so we're okay there. Yeah, I know you weren't a fan, were you? I mean, I think as a... Actually, that's a good point. We might just try and do this with the dynamic hood thing just to make it slightly more challenging. Oh, right. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Bows, isn't it? Yeah. Bows and toes, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I should have known that. Ah, right, okay. So basically most of the... If you go Mainl to Queen Street, then essentially it's a shuttle between... Fort William and Mainl, and then it's the regular service is the Fort William one. I wonder if, because I have actually got a train from Fort William to Glasgow Queen Street, and we had to wait for the train. I'm sure that was from Mainl, but presumably that was that 0611. So weird when you don't have the speed limit, the board at the top telling you bits and pieces. Although the speedometer in this thing is much easier to read than on the Pendolino. I wonder if it actually says here. Yeah, there you go. You see, maximum speed 75 mile an hour. It actually shows it at the top of the cab. Yes. Yeah, I can remember the Crean Larrick thing. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous to ride on in real life. I mean, I'm not massively... I don't know, I perhaps might do a video of one day, probably with say a 37, but it's quite challenging in terms of doing a very long run like that. I mean, at least if you're kind of doing the West Coast Main Line, then you've got plenty of stuff going on. And I'm not sure Train Sim always does beautiful scenery perfectly. Right, I see. Yeah, Josh. Yeah, great. Yeah, be interested to know if we go above 75, will it tell us off for speeding? I mean, actually, let's just cheat for a second. Yeah, you see, it's asking us to stick to 75. So if we're going to stay without getting speeding points, then I think we have to go at 75. Yeah, was that more... I mean, I'm guessing, you know, if you're sort of going back to the 80s, maybe even the 90s, I'm guessing that was probably more likely to be allowed. I don't know whether nowadays is that kind of strictly frowned upon, going above the speed limit. Yeah, I must admit, I'm sorry to say I never went on a 37 in the West Islands. Back in the day with the 37. I'd never seen a 27 or a 26 either. I mean, I remember the 25s a lot in my neck of the woods. Oh, it certainly is. And, you know, I remember even driving in the car from Fort William to Mallaig, and then we did it on the train. Okay, that was on a 156, but in the car, I was like stopping every few minutes to think, I need to take a photo. It's just absolutely beautiful every step of the way. I don't think I've ever driven a car journey, and you know, I've never driven, say, in somewhere like Switzerland, but it can't be any much more enjoyable. Right, okay, yeah. So it's perhaps more acceptable. I mean, nowadays, I guess the recording stuff in the train itself is probably will tell against you, wouldn't it? I'm guessing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the 27s. I think I mentioned the other week, but there is an old Blue Peter video on the Forth Bridge with Peter Purvis, and you see 26s. I don't know. I can't tell the difference between a 26 and a 27, but you certainly see one of those coming through during the video. That's a good point, actually, Rachel, because the thing about, obviously, it turns to yellow when you start speeding, but does that count against you in terms of points? Or is it only when you're in the red zone that it officially counts as speeding? That is something I don't know. I mean, sadly, they are all DMUs, aren't they? And I mean, you know, I know Andrew would say, well, the 156s are pretty good, but yeah, nothing quite to compare with the old days of long distance loco haul services like that, where they were stopping a lot. The only bit I'm slightly worried about on this run is the end bit. I really must concentrate when we get to Wembley, because I don't want to drive most of this journey and then come a cropper at the very end. I think I think the reason why not everybody was enamoured when the 156s initially came about was, I mean, you think back to the 80s and you had things like Birmingham to Cambridge, that sort of service, which were either, you know, like 31s or were they sometimes 47s, but you know, the days of the long distance loco haul service is now a thing of the past. Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah, definitely Concorde. I mean, we've already got the 153 in the game, so that would be easy enough. But you would imagine you kind of feel as though we are going to get a 156 at some point, I would have thought. Good evening, Azza. I always felt, I mean, I don't know if Train Sim Classic's totally accurate, but they always seemed quite sluggish off the marks, the 156s. But again, it's horses for courses, isn't it? They're not built for this great thing about setting off at massive speed initially. It's kind of slowish acceleration, but then once you get up to a decent speed, then they work well on long distance services. Whereas, you know, sort of stopping services, DMUs, EMUs, where, you know, it's like compared with the tube, where they've got to come into the platforms pretty fast, stop really quickly. It's a completely different kettle of fish. Oh, 100%, Josh, yeah. I think that's the thing, isn't it? And the weird thing is, and, you know, I think when you reach a certain age, you've seen trains start out and reach the end of their lives in your lifetime, then you can kind of remember both ends of the spectrum, where the much loved older train goes, the newer one, there's a bit of excitement because it's something different, but people are sad to see the old train goes. And then, of course, when that train goes, people are sad to see that. You know, nothing's truer than on the East Coast Main Line. I think everybody was really sad when the Deltics went, and you know, the nasty HSDs were taking over. Of course, now everybody is sad to see the HSDs go. And again, we have that transition with the HSDs into the Class 91s. So it's just differing times. As you say, the older trains become celebrities, and I mean the Deltics. You know, I've mentioned this before, but I could well remember. I think it was New Year's Eve, but there was a reporter for News at 10 standing on King's Cross Station, and you know, it was much talked about, and it gained slightly more interest than even the hardcore rail enthusiast. I have, Kane. Yeah, I think I've ridden on one. Well, it's going to be so sad, isn't it? And will next year be the, or is it even possibly the end of this year, the last of the HSTs in England? Yeah, I wonder there, Rachel, if that's kind of a difference between the game and real life, because, as you say, the fact that you are within the speed limit, if your train can actually handle and go faster than the 75, then it's all right. But I'm just trying to be good and not get told off for speeding. because I'm just hoping against hope that if I could do a reasonably good run this time, I might actually get a competitive score against Brian, who's thrashing me. Yeah, that's right. That'll be the end of the castle set, and then there'll just be the Scotland ones, the ScotRail ones. Yeah, it's going to be strange, isn't it? I mean, it took me a while to get used to the idea of them being HST services that were basically DMU runs, but to see them go entirely is going to be so strange. Oh, look at this. This is good. Right, now we've got to think about signals. Ah, right, we've actually got to wait at Tring, have we? I didn't realise that. I really must make it a plan for next year. I really must go to Aberdeen on the sleeper, and then come back and actually travel across the Forth Bridge, because I've never done that before. I'd love to do that. Have we got any thoughts on? Have ScotRail made any announcements about when the HSTs might be coming out of service on ScotRail? Yeah, I mean, the Westerns are kind of slightly before my time. But, yeah, I do remember the furore over the Deltics. And I think I've probably said a million times before, but I did go to York. My father, we went to the York Railway Museum the summer of '81, so we did get the chance at least seeing them in action on the main line for the last time. So do you think that's going to happen? Is that next year, or has there not been any timing? Yeah, I think I might have been across the Forth Road Bridge. Yeah, but I take it in your driving experience. I'm guessing you didn't really venture as far as a train driver. You didn't venture to the Forth Bridge. Well, that's what Peter Purvis did, the old Blue Peter presenter. They went up there with the film crew, and they actually went right up to the top, which would scare the living daylights out of me. So I presume here we're crawling, and then we're waiting for this 350 to depart. That's already got the green signal, I think. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I might have been across. I think I might have been across there in the car, the Forth Road Bridge. So actually, I tell you what, let's put ourselves out of This is the sort of magic that I like, though, because this is the difference with a Josh timetable compared with a DTG one. We don't get held at signals and then it clears. We have to wait for an actual valid reason, like this thing going out. So I presume 1955. So what time's... (1956). So all these people rushing, they're dawdling along the platform. If you want to get on the train, you've got to get on it now. In fact, I think you missed it. Yeah, I heard something about the B175's going to be used by, Great Western Railway. Yeah, of course, that's logical, isn't it? They're replacing the HSDs. I think that was the problem, wasn't it? It wasn't the fact that they were kind of awful trains. It was just the fact that they just weren't long enough. Yeah, I need to keep an eye on that signal, don't we? That's still 100%, that's red. Yeah, I'd like to do both, though, to be fair, Peter. And again, it's probably not as exciting as... there we go, that's the yellow now, isn't it? Oh, wow, we need to go back into forward. What am I doing wrong here now? Hang on. Yep, we're in forward. This is because I went from neutral, wasn't it? Perhaps we need to... perhaps we need to do this thing again. Probably wasn't a good idea, the actually going into neutral. I didn't open my doors or something stupid, did I know? Oh, why am I not moving? Where is the DRA on this thing? No, that's not on. Right. Okay, hang on. Right, doing master key off. Oh, I don't know, Rachel. No, we always enjoy your chats, very much so.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Right, I'm being very stupid here somewhere. Oh, we're off again. I don't know what the problem was. Yeah, but yeah, thanks for joining us as always. Ah, right, okay, you're still going to be watching on TV. Yeah, no, that's great to know. Marvellous. But yeah, very much enjoy your chat, and as always, your real-life experience of driving trains is always absolutely hugely beneficial from the point of view of the chat. I was relying on you for in case I go wrong with these speed limits. Oh, definitely, Pete. Yeah, I remember. I mean, actually, when I've been on the East Lancs Railway, I remember sticking my head out of the window because you just have to savour it. And I remember being told off by some East Lancs Railway woman on the platform who was kind of saying, "You can't do that," and I thought, well, that's part of the experience. Yeah, it might not be a bad thing, Josh. Yeah, I might have bought myself a bit of time, particularly if that thing's stopping at every station in front of us. I know I'm going to have to be really, really careful when we come in towards Wembley and Willesden. That's the bit that worries me a little bit, in case in case I come a cropper with the signals or the something around that area. But it's quite a nice little drive, this, because you're literally just doing something a little bit different with the 710. Yeah, there we go. So this is where sensible driving kicks in, and no point in bombing it because we know there is a train stop. So this is. No, these aren't Watford tunnels, are they? We're not quite that far yet. Well, I know, Pete, yeah, that's the thing, yeah. And I think, don't get me wrong, there's obviously been stories of horrendous things that have happened, but I like to think I've, got slightly enough brains to remember to look in the direction that we're going, and I don't want to get my head chopped off going through a tunnel or anything like that, but I think with a degree of sensibility, I don't see that there's a massive problem. But it's lovely to actually savour an experience and hear the sound of the old diesel locos, and even like going at 25 mile an hour, and I think it's Haywood, at the East Lancs end, when they start off, if you're on a 50 or a 40 going up the hill initially, it's still quite a thrash. Yeah, I guess that's the thing, isn't it, Josh? It's okay being defensive, but in the real world, you've also got to be mindful of the fact that you don't want to be holding the trains up behind you. Yeah, so now that we're on greens, we can probably assume that 350 isn't stopping all stations, so yeah, so we'll speed up a bit now. But you must have a. I'm guessing you've got quite a love of the real timetables and studying them and working these things out. So it must be fascinating, really, because strategically you're looking at the pathing of these. Something like this, a test service that's got to slot in, not hold up the timetable massively, but so that everything could keep running. Yeah, well, exactly. I must admit, I mean, I've been on quite a few of these diesel galas, and maybe one day I'll get to stop at a hotel or something at the end of it. I'd quite like to spend a day with having a few train rides and a couple of pints. And I guess as well, sometimes that the train sim world probably behaves, the signalling probably behaves a little bit differently than the real life. So I bet it's a nightmare actually trying to get these things working properly. I don't know, to be honest, Kane. The funny thing is, I've actually had a mate that's lived in Leicester the last upteen years. I'm going to see him next weekend, actually, but he's moving to Thailand. So, but we've been together on the Great Central a couple of times. I know he absolutely loves it. I've not really done a steam gala actually. Most of the galas I've been on the East Lancs diesel gala, summer, autumn, loads of times. I haven't done it this year, but I've been on the Severn Valley Railway diesel gala. Even managed a Class 56 loco hauled, which felt a tad unusual. I think it was in Colas rail livery. But I've never really been on a steam gala. Generally, when I've been on steam trains, it's more regular stuff. But they are brilliant days. Yeah, exactly, Pete. Yeah, and you kind of it kind of makes you feel slightly older because, okay, you do see some younger people knocking about, but generally it's the sons and grandsons in attendance with them. But you see a lot of kind of slightly grey-haired older folks, and you think, oh, I'm in that brigade nowadays. I think years ago there would have been a time when you would have been scoffed at to a certain extent. I mean, okay, rail enthusiasts generally always are anyway, but you know, a few years ago people would have been like really shaking their head and say, what, you're interested in but that's a diesel train, why on earth would you be interested in a diesel train? I don't understand it. Whereas steam's always had that allure and pull, but I think nowadays that has all changed. And certainly, as you say, that's the thing, isn't it, for most people that are you know, in reasonable health, shall we say, generally have grown up with diesel trains. You've got to be quite old now to remember steam trains in their heyday. But it's good to see such enthusiasm and such a variety of stock. You know, sometimes even where they've borrowed a train that's only recently been in service, like, you know, like a DRS loco or a Colas rail loco, and it just adds to the variety. But I just love the premise with the diesel Gali, and kind of, you don't have to do it too much, give too much thought in advance. But you know, you can run a bit of the line and hop off, and then you say, "Oh, I'll pick up the, you know, the 45 on the next sectional," stuff like that. Yeah, there is a bit of that, Josh, isn't there? And I think that was the issue really with the Flying Scotsman. Ford Sierra Cosworth, 500 grand. I mean, I think I do remember the thing about Cosworths with the, you know, it's when all that sort of people started buying cars to do these runs around car parks, and all that speed stuff came in, and I think it was partly the insurance costs that then started to put them off, because insurance companies just didn't want to know about things like insuring Cosworths and XR3Is, XR4Is, as I recall. That was back in the days when I used to do car insurance, which is a long time ago now. This is the difference with a real train driver, though, here, is because if Rachel was driving this, she would know exactly where the next signal is going to be, whereas for me, it could be lurking around the next corner, or it might be... They're slightly haphazard, aren't they? They're not an exact distance between every signal, which I always find a little bit weird sometimes. That's green for the... No, that's actually not even a green, is that? That's just a repeater, but that's obviously for the... what's that? The up fast, isn't it? We are on the up slow, I think, at the moment, aren't we? Yeah, double yard. But I definitely must look for this mod about the glowing signals, because that's been an irritating thing. Not so much on this route, but there's some routes where it's really hard to pick up. All right, why is that, Kane? Is that because it's Christmas coming up? All right, we're stopped in the loop. This is a really fun route, Josh. I love the fact that we're getting looped and stuff like this. Yeah, it's as we get a bit closer to Christmas. I won't do it for November, but we'll start to do a few runs in the snow and give us that Christmas vibes. Yeah, I presume so. Because the one thing I did notice, in theory, it should be the December roadmap this week. There wasn't a December roadmap last week, but it was noticeable that it's not in the schedules for this week, the December roadmap. So I'm guessing we won't get one, and I'm guessing we will get a season of reveals. I mean, one thing we know for definite some of the things that are coming out. It's just like what will or might come out before Christmas. Might we get the 805? I don't know. Oh, I was doing quite well until that point. Yeah, definitely right, Pete. Yeah, and you know, don't get me wrong. I'm sure even a real train driver will, at times, find it quite challenging working out the aspects of signals in certain really sunny conditions. But I'm not sure it's as difficult to work out as it is in the game. I mean, I'm just intrigued now. I mean, there's a few things that we know are definitely on the table, but, you know, looking forward to Richmond to Wellesden Junction on the North London line. But other than that, and other than Crewe to Preston, we have no idea what the next UK route is going to be. So it'd be nice if we could get a heads up with that. And it would just be nice now if we could get at least one piece of DLC coming out before Christmas. I don't think Crewe Preston now is going to come out in December. If it does, and if it's quite close to Christmas, that would be a lovely Christmas present as far as I'm concerned. But even if we get the 805 coming out, that'd be quite nice. We're going to have a lot of interest as well with this new Preston Carlisle mod on Wednesday. But that's going to be really good fun. Right, so I'm guessing with that marker thing there, we've got to... no, maybe not. Is that just a coincidence, that being there? Right, so we're definitely on red. What is that thing, anyway? In the middle of nowhere here. Again, you don't always get the chance to look at these things travelling through at 125 mile an hour, but you know, daft things like that, having trampolines in the garden and swings, and a feeling that they are actually real gardens. Dogs barking. Okay, the road texture stuff's a bit movable lampposts that you can drive straight through. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yes, indeed. And again, you've got to be over a certain age to remember the Generation game, but yeah, certainly remember those days. Cuddly tie, cuddly tie. I've just realised we've got 10 minutes to go here, haven't we? I'm not putting it into neutral though, because the last time it took me an age to get the thing back going again. Right, that's a scenario marker, is it? So that's something that you've put in quite deliberately. Right, okay. I mean, it started off really well because I think, I don't know if it was... The thing is, a lot of the seasons of reveals were stuff we knew about anyway. So it wasn't endlessly exciting, but we did know that we did get fairly early on Johannes's incredible trains announcement about the North London line. Of course, it just ended badly because, you know, we were chatting round about that time about what the last season of reveals was going to be, and I think Mace Taves was hoping it was going to be the Great Eastern Main Line, and of course, what did it turn out to be? Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh, right, okay, Josh, right, I see. Right, gotcha. Yeah, it's one of those things where I suppose it's good that it's there, but it's a shame that you kind of have to see it. Yeah, I think you're right, Brian. Yeah, there's certainly time. So I think the way we're shaping up, Kane, I think time-wise, because it's 8 o'clock now, so I think by the time we get to the end, we probably will only get time for the freight run. So I'll see if I can slot in just showing your 47 on the stream, but I don't think I'm going to get a chance to give it a run anywhere. I was having a bit of a look earlier on to see about on the Birmingham Crewe route. I thought, well, technically the timetable's supposed to be 2019, and I was thinking, could you substitute in one of the grey or the flowing silk liveries onto that existing timetable? And not at the moment by the looks of it. I'm guessing you'd probably download a Creators Club livery and do it for the one service. But it'd be quite good if you could substitute all the Pendolinos to have this livery, but I don't know how easy that is to achieve. It's got good lights on this thing though as well. Have we actually got night lights on now? I can't remember. Yeah, probably were night, weren't they? So we've got about 7 minutes to go, and I can say that we haven't got the light. Oh, we have, yeah. But you can see there that it is completely empty. That was the. Where's the door on this thing? You always feel as though you're getting hit in the face. Yeah, at least I'll try and show it off anyway. But I don't think, I think time-wise, the way we're shaping up, I don't think I'm going to get a chance to actually give it a run, Kay. But we'll see anyway. I'll see how we're doing at the very, very end. Might have time. I mean, I'm slightly lucky this week that I've not got to go to work tomorrow. I've got tomorrow off, and then I go back work Tuesday. So I haven't quite got to be rushing for bed, as it were. In some ways, it'd be quite nice if you got an async keys facility on Tradesman World where you can speed it up. But I don't think that's a mod that anybody's been able to create. But having said that, it's quite nice sitting here actually watching all the traffic coming through. I think the one thing we are certain of is that DTG, I think they quite like these kind of slightly cheesy presentational things that they do. But we shall enjoy it anyway. It'll give us something to enjoy and moan about in equal measure, I'm sure. But I think I'm right in saying we've had 5 routes that have UK routes that have come out in 2025 for Tradesman World, obviously 5 and 6, but let's hope for plenty more in 2026. Do you know, it's taking so long. Go and slot in a quick advert. Oh, wait a minute, train coming through. Flowing silk as well. Yeah, I like that. Not in service. What's that then, Concord? No, there's nothing that we don't know about as far as I know. I mean, what Kane was asking about is he's done a reskin of the Class 47 in memory of his nan's dog, and I did download it last week. It does look pretty nice. I'll see if I can just slot that in at the very end. We'll see how it works out time wise. So we're still red, and we've got a couple of minutes left. Yeah, I could do that now if I can remember how you do it. Pete. If Seb's on hand, he'll be the master on doing that. Wait a minute. Let me just have a look further up. It's amazing how already we've only been doing this Discord for a few weeks, but it's amazing the oh, excellent. A 66 coming through. I love that. I know where I can find it. Ooh, posts. I forgot now you copy and paste it, Pete. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a surprise to you, Josh. So we obviously not got set up at huge speed because that was a single yellow. Yeah, it's actually where it is, what the link is. I can't remember. I know how to do the copy and paste, but I can't remember where the actual link is. Right, I better keep an eye on me signals here, because we could be still facing a red. That's definitely yellow, isn't it? That. That's improved to green, so that's even better. Yeah, if Seb's watching us, he'll be able to do that, I would have thought. But I will have a look and put it up for you. It is. Yeah, it is. It's just Power Flower planes and trains. And it's Power Flower trains and it's AND and it's planes, trains and planes. Fair enough, Josh. Yeah, thanks for joining us as ever. That's brilliant. Yeah, much appreciated as ever. Good evening, Mr. Riley. Hope you are well. Yeah, thanks as ever, Josh, and thanks for your input and your contributions. Really appreciate it. Have a good week. See you next week, and we'll have a look back at that 2019 Preston Carlisle timetable next week. Well, it's not really a thing in England, Mr. Riley. It's kind of like we do get Black Friday now here in the UK. But we don't really do Thanksgiving. How was it for you? I think you kind of get... Am I right in saying you kind of get, like the bank holiday, you get the Thursday and the Friday off, so you have a really nice extended weekend? You'll get plenty of freight going on now. So that we're coming towards Watford, so we're not that far off the end of this run. This is a test run as well. Oh, okay. Right, I see. Yeah, I suppose it's a very, very busy time for you, isn't it? So everybody else is relaxing and enjoying themselves, but for you personally, I'm guessing, being in retail, it's really, really busy. I always feel aggrieved at even having to work on Christmas Eve, although we usually only deal till lunchtime. But I remember years ago saying to a customer, you know, it's Christmas Eve, I'm not arguing with you. Don't want to put myself in a bad mood on Christmas Eve. Yeah, and imagine it gets absolutely manic. And the trouble is, people, you know, sort of the buying public are, you know, expecting everywhere to be open and everything else done exactly for their needs, but they forget about the people who've actually got to keep it all going. It's quite a good train to drive at night, actually, because you've got really, really good headlights on this. Right, so we might be able to speed up a bit because Wembley's still a little distance off just yet. So do you get kind of extra holidays to compensate for working sort of the days kind of after Thanksgiving? Yeah, so do I. I mean, you get a good cab view. You've got a nice little speedometer that you can absolutely clearly see, and the motor sounds they're quite good. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, and again, that must help a bit with Christmas and all that. I don't know whether we get any speed reductions coming towards Wembley, or whether it's a bit after. I'm not quite so good on the. It's a little bit guesswork on the going southbound. Oh, we've got a 378 there. That'll please Scooby on a London Euston service. It's quite good fun, actually, on West Coast Main Line South. I mean, I go back to Train Simulator Classic, and I probably only ever did Watford Junction to London Euston once. But since I've had it on this West Coast Main Line South, it's quite entertaining. Again, it's a bit more of a different challenge and difficult to maintain timekeeping coming to the stations. But it's yeah, it's quite good fun. I don't think so, Scooby, because this particular one is a 710 testing run. So I think in 2019, when Josh's timetable is set, the 710s were undergoing testing. So this is one of the testing services, and of course you can actually play them in timetable mode as well. But as you know, all trains go through extensive testing periods. So this is one of those testing runs. Yeah, well, I'm doing what's called dynamic HUD, and this is something a modder downloaded on. So the idea is when you come to your end point of the run, or if you're coming towards a station, it'll give you, from about a mile out, it'll give you a little bit of advance notice. So you're not doing it completely without any assistance at all. And I only tend to do it on one run a week. So the next run that we do with the Riviera line, I'll do that with the HUD back up. But it's great fun, actually. It's quite liberating because it actually means that for the first time you're actually looking out for the speed limit boards and the reductions a bit better anyway. That's the theory. I wonder if we've got a end timetable point. Oh, we're way over, aren't we, I think? Mind you, no, that was the last point, wasn't it? So it's on Train Sim Community, so I've forgotten, but only obviously for PC users, but it's quite a good little thing. And if you press F5, then it's back up, and if you press F5 again, it disappears. So works beautifully, and it's sort of a halfway house really between driving it properly HUDless and driving it without. So quite exciting. I mean, I'd love to get to the stage where every drive that I do is without the HUD on, and I know Scooby is a good example, does a lot of these runs HUDless, a lot more than I would be able to do, but it's kind of a lot more fun because the strange thing is you're actually okay, it's nearly dark, but you're actually watching the route more because you're not kind of glancing up constantly at the top of the screen all the time. The West Coast Main Line's fairly straightforward. Certainly this section of it is anyway. It's fairly logical, whereas you do the Riviera line and you're going up and down all the time. Yeah, it really does. And you know, you can almost convince yourself that you're actually sitting in the cab as opposed to sitting driving a game or playing a game. And I think otherwise you just will never ever learn sort of driving a route properly, because you've always got that assistance, and whilst it's quite good to do or quite good to have, doing it like this, as you say, it's very, very immersive. Another 378. That's the great thing though about those Watford Junction to London Euston. You could drive, you've got a choice. You can either drive it as a 378 or you can drive it as the 710, and both were in action in real life. I think they got the sounds absolutely. Here we go, you see. We're 1.2 miles away, so now we get a little bit of assistance. Oh, Bakerloo line trains look nice with the lights on as well. They look like tiny little toys going past. Probably being a bit overcautious again with these signals, aren't I? But obviously the next signal's not till after the station, presumably Wembley Central, I think. Excuse me. But it's lovely to see all the lights and to see buildings lit up, and it's quite interesting, I think, travelling on in the dark on a real train, and you see all the way the stations are lit up and so on and so on. It's quite interesting in real life. There's a 350, but that's going northbound, of course. I thought we were going to be held there. We were red, weren't we? But that's changed to single yellow. Route 1. So we'll have to keep a little bit of an eye out because we are going down bank. But again, unlike with certain stuff that you're driving, it's got a lovely little easy to adjust speed. You do it quite gently. Right, so the 10 mile an hour is only here. Pendolino rushing by. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Riley. I must consider, actually, I might, once I've finished the stream, might pick up New York Trenton, because I think, don't know what it is in dollars, but I think it was something like £8.99 in sterling at special discount. So I kind of wouldn't buy it now at £30, but that seemed like a bargain. Yeah, hopefully, Lee. I'll certainly do the the Sundays, and the chances are between Christmas and New Year there might be 1 or 2 recording videos. If I could get really organised, then I'd be hoping to get some of them recorded before. Ah, okay. Well, there's a sale on Steam Workshop at the moment for PC users. Oh, what a fantastic run. Really enjoyed that. Again, lovely to see the depot. Oh, the arch. Wembley Arch. Lit up in all its finery. And you can see the expanse of the yard as well. Oh, we've even got a couple of workmen waiting down there as well. So that's my score, 11,839. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. Now, if Brian hasn't quite finished yet, then I might just move on to the last run and get things going, because we can put the leaderboard up shortly anyway. But just a quick advert break for the moment, and then we'll be back in a sec with a Riviera line freight run. I like it. Pete, yeah, very good. All right, cheers. Cheers, Brian. Oh, at last. At last. Oh, wait a minute. I can't read my own writing now. Did I say 11,839 or 11,639? I can't go back and check. If anybody can tell me in the chat, then that would be massively appreciated. It looks like an 8, but it might be a 6. But it obviously makes all the difference. Yeah, your score is 11,697. Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very good. And we always know with Josh we're going to get something really, really good. Let's move on to... So if anybody can tell me my score, then I'd be massively appreciated. Yeah, thank you very much, Lee. Yeah, and I should look forward to it. I mean, for me, Christmas starts on Christmas Eve when I've finished work. I can't get hugely excited until then. Right, so you reckon that was 11,839, do you? Okay, great. Oh, I hope I'm not cheating. But yeah, that was a good one. That enjoyed that. So 5Q 42, Milton Keynes to Wembley. So let's put the scoreboard leaderboard back up. And then put the scores in. So 11, 6, 9, 7, and then 11, 8, 3, 9. If it turns out it was 6, 3, 9, then I'll apologise in advance. But we'll have that down as 4, 1. At least it's a consolation prize for me. But yeah, well played, Brian. Yeah, as you say, great run again. Where's my stream gone? So we need Riviera line now. So we're in a 66. We're driving a shed. And we're going to be doing a China clay working. Yes, indeed. You know, sometimes I can look through these lists and... oh, there it is, yeah. And I just can't find them. Very good, Pete. So I think I'm going to do this as GBRF, hopefully. So I've forgotten what I said the service was now. 6 Charlie 10. Yeah, there we go. So it says Burngullow to Exeter Riverside Yard. Of course, we're going from Plymouth to Exeter Riverside Yard. So we should at least be in the daytime, which is a bonus. So we need to, there we go. That tells me straight away it's 112 yards. So what's that in feet? 112 yards in feet is 336 feet. Okay. Oh, there we go. Nice looking train. Those are the China clay wagons. Right, so I need to set up this thing. So train length, we'll do that first of all. So what did I say it was? 336 feet. Oh, press enter to edit. I've only been doing this a million times, but I keep forgetting. Right, so we now need to press the switch button. That's that done. And we also need to move ourselves into goods mode, don't we, as well? Wait a minute. Never remember. That's it. Passage. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, goods. We're all right. Day running. Right, where's me chat again? Yeah, that'll be a bit different as well. With I've not done a freight run on Riviera line. Well, I did do the nuclear pack one, but this is like a full length, and we've got China clay is the load as well. They're not massively long, but this should be en route to Stoke-on-Trent, I do believe, and the Potteries, which is my neck of the woods. I've seen this train. I don't know if I've ever seen it in a Class 66, but I've certainly seen it back in the day with older trains on the China clay wagons going through to kind of Longporty area, if you know the Potteries. So I'm not quite brave enough with this route to do this with the dynamic hood on, but we'll do it. So we'll kind of go, we'll say disabled, and then we'll do we get, what's it like with the window open? Never really tried it with the window open. Let me know if it's too noisy. Very unique wagons, these. So this would have come from, it was Cornwall it would have originated from. Now it's maybe a bit noisy, isn't it, with the cab window open, I think. So maximum 75 mile an hour, but at least we're not going to be restricted to when we were driving the nuclear flask wagons, we were restricted to 60 mile an hour. So it's still quite a long run. It's over an hour, I think. Yes, I'll be totally honest, Kane. I will show you the livery on the stream at the end, but I don't think I'm going to get time. I think it's going to be too late to do a full journey on it, unless we can find one that takes, I don't know, 10 minutes or so or something. Maybe we'll give it a quick run out for a few yards. Yeah, I saw a bit of the RHTT myself in the last week. I was also delighted as well to see the D-Stock on the Metropolitan line. I walked down the steps on Thursday on my way back from Wembley. Walked down the steps at Wembley Park, and then there it was, the kind of the departmental D-Stock train. So, and I was just about in time to snap it with my phone leaving the station. So I was delighted about that. So again, this will be quite nice to look at going through the Dawlish coastline when we get there. But yeah, you see the RHTT, it seems quite a bit. I saw it 2 or 3 times in different guises over the few days. Oh heck. Oh, that's annoying. I've only just remembered to put the safety systems on, so that's completely I was going to swear that it's going to completely messed up my score, because it won't count. It'll register as though I haven't put the safety systems on at the end of the run. Never mind. I think you're going to win this one, Brian. But yeah, thank you very much, Brian, for taking part in all the runs. And with the Maze Tays not being available tonight, then it's been good to okay, you've more than easily thrashed me over the course of the evening, but it's been great to have somebody to go in competition against, as it were. I always feel as though the horn sounds just totally insulated from inside the cab. It's far too quiet. Perhaps we are restricted to 60. But there's an 80 marker. We'll know in a second. I suppose it depends on the wagons. Yeah, it does sound good. But do you reckon it's this quiet? I wonder if it's this quiet in real life. You play it inside the cab, you can only just about hear it, can't you? But if you can hear it better with the window open. Not really. Is that too noisy for the stream, the sound of the train with the window open? Let me know if it's a bit too loud. Yeah, some trains you'd probably say with the DLC that it actually sounds too loud from inside the cab, but there are others where it's just a little bit on the quiet side. Ah, fine, yeah, we'll keep it at that then, because it's kind of nice to hear the motors roaring away. Ah, welcome back, Kane, yeah. Now this is interesting. We've got the brakes completely off, and we're losing speed even with this very, very powerful loco. We've got a loaded freight train, but the difference with when we did the nuclear flask train is we've got 2 flasks on, haven't we, or something? So, but here we're actually climbing up this big hill, even with this really, really powerful train, and we're actually losing speed. So I just hope that we actually get to the top again. I mean, I'm not hoping it happens, but if we got an adverse signal and we had to stop, it would be an absolute nuisance to try and climb. I mean, we're on full power, but it'll be interesting to see what speed we are at the top of the bank. I've lost you, Lee. Can't beat a bit of Celine Dion. What's everyone's favourite freight loco? A Class 321? Yeah, but that's not a freight loco. What you mean is that's your favourite train? Freight loco, for me personally, I love the 68s, and you can kind of say that's a freight loco and passenger loco. Probably the Class 70 out of the current breeds. I think the 70's got just something a bit more exciting about it. The 60s I find even more boring looking than a Class 66. Yeah, true, there was, I think, yeah. Yeah, we also had the 321 that was parked at Crewe for an absolute age, but I don't know whether that's still a thing. Tell you what, this doesn't take much driving, does it? Because we're struggling up the hill. It's going to be a different issue though coming down these hills and around this section. Right, so Elvis Presley isn't your thing then as well then, Pete, I presume. Brilliant. Yeah, 37's a good shout. You like the 60s, do you, Brian? Yeah. And I mean, it seems to get a lot of favourable interest and comment, and maybe again because we don't see loads of them around, but I think aesthetically they're not the most exciting looking trains at all. Right, now we're getting downhill, so I think we've got the opposite problem now. We're going to ease off the throttle a little bit. Yeah, I don't think I mean, I've only seen a handful of. Oh, we perhaps still need a bit of. Oh, mind you, no, we're climbing again now. I don't think I've only the only 73s I've ever seen have been on Gatwick Express workings, and even that's only been a handful of times. I've never actually ridden behind a 73, although I'd love to. I can remember going around Crew Works and the early 1980s, and watching them being built. I think some of the earlier 56s were built in Romania, but I think the remainder of them were finished off at Crew Loco Works. I remember actually watching them being built sort of about 82, 83 maybe, something like that. They used to do a Crew Works. If you turned up at something like 1 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, then you had like a guided tour. There's nobody talking, but they basically took you around and showed you everything that was in the works. Yeah, fair enough, Kane. Yeah, as I say, I'll make a decision when I get to the end of the run, because this is quite a long one, and it's an hour's run to get through to Exeter. So I'll definitely show your 47 livery off at the end, but we'll see how we're going in terms of timing. I don't know whether I'll get a chance to give it a run yet. Yeah, 56 would be great shout, or yeah, I'd quite like to see a 58 as well, and I can't see there being huge demand for that really, because they were fairly short-lived, but they were unusual looking trains. Yeah, it's the countdown to Christmas, Lee. Yeah, I'll try and maintain the speed as much as I can. It seems ridiculous to be going under the speed limit when it's, you know, over an hour's run. Yeah, I think a lot of people have said that about 37s. I mean, I'd like it if, you know, some of these variations and these packs. I mean, I love what is happening with what's his name, Grumpy Dog Games, with the HST. It would be terrific if when he releases that HST pack. It'd be good if we could get stuff like that, but I'm kind of, more than anything, I'm kind of wanting more locos, more new stuff. Yeah, they're interesting looking trains though, aren't they, Pete, the 70s? I think you couldn't describe them as boring anyway. So, you know, so I know what you mean. They're very strange, very bulky looking things, aren't they, with like the huge, like, sticking out cabs and then a narrow body. But they are good. Oh, here's an 802 coming through. It's going to be fascinating when we drive the 47-3s on Crew Preston with the merry-go-round hopper workings. That's going to be good. I don't think so, Kane, to be honest. No. What scenario was that? Yeah, they were an interesting depot, weren't they, Eastleigh, Concord? Oh, right, I don't think so, Kane. Not sure on that. I tried to have a look as well before the stream to work out which TOC would be the most appropriate for the 66 for this run, but I found a variety. Some with GBRF. I think DB Schenker would have been appropriate as well. But there's quite a few with EWS, but I kind of feel as though that EWS livery, because it was the default one that came out with the game, is a bit more boring. But again, just to say thank you very much to everybody that's watching, and anybody that's new that you haven't done so before, if you would consider liking and subscribing to the channel, I'd be tremendously appreciated. I absolutely can't wait. I can't wait, Azza. I've forgotten your real name, actually. Yeah, I think that's going to be tremendously exciting. And we'll give that a proper run out next weekend. Because there's loads of stuff. You've got the Preston Carlisle with the Pendolinos, you've got the Voyagers, you've got 158s, I can't remember about 150s. I think you've even got a couple of 323 runs as well. You've obviously got freight stuff going on too, so there's a load of variety. Some obviously covering the whole section, some doing Preston Morecambe runs. Oh, of course, dude, yeah. Yes, I should have remembered. Yeah, hi, dude. Confuses the heck out of my brain with the these different names that are cropping from week for week. I know Pete told us about his nickname going back to his music days last week. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, and I've done one or two scenarios before with a few variations, and they've been pretty nice. But to have a whole timetable is just outstandingly good. And I just find it amazing that so many people are prepared to put all this time in and produce such quality. But yeah, particularly when you bear in mind Crew Preston is not too far off. I mean, once we've got Crew Preston, you're going to be able to do a Glasgow or Edinburgh Pendolino service from Euston, and you're going to be able to take it to Milton Keynes and then do Birmingham New Street through to Carlisle, which is incredible, really. And the only missing bit then is that bit between Milton Keynes and Birmingham New Street. So, but I kind of need a couple of scenarios for Train Sim Classic that will fill in that gap. Yeah, there's been one or two changes, hasn't there, with YouTube? I mean, even the layout of the screen's changed in the last few weeks. Yeah, it's set in 2019 Concord. So it's exactly the same time period as Josh's OTS timetable for West Coast Main Line South. So you kind of got the grey Pendolinos, and you've got some in flowing silk. And I mean, I kind of touched on it earlier, but weirdly, with the All Aboard Studios route, I mean, they're using a 2019 timetable, but technically speaking, they shouldn't have Pendolinos with Avanti branding on, but I guess that's all licensing because of they haven't got the Virgin license. Well, I could. Oh, heck, I'm speeding. I might be wrong about that, but I think I'm sure I've seen Virgin. I'm sure I saw Virgin services cross country. Well, maybe they're actually Virgin. They would have been thinking about it, Virgin West Coast, because I think you might know more accurately. We'll see anyway. We'll see what's exactly in the timetable. I'm sure there are one or two Virgin Voyager workings. Yes, I believe so, Brian. Yeah. I think that's something they would like to address, but I don't think they've found a way. Oh, there's a Castle Set HST. I don't think they've found a way of putting the enhanced speed limits in, and obviously it's never going to be 100% perfect because it's changed a bit from 1986 till 2019. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think they are basically meant to be 221s, but you know that's kind of, I suppose it's a reasonable compromise, isn't it? I mean, we don't have a 221 in the game, so it's kind of a 220 pretending to be a 221, I think. I mean, a lot of people have said about that, and they've said they'd love to see a 221 in the game, and you know, I kind of get it, but you know, to me, I'd love to see more variety of other stuff coming in. It's not going to be an end of the world thing for me that we've got a 221 not got a 221 when we've got a 220. Got a bit of work on this section. Certainly no power needed. It's just trying to keep the thing roughly below 60 mile an hour. I suppose what we really need now is when we come to Totnes is to have a train holding us up in the platforms, and then that causes a bit of a headache getting going again. Well, you never know. You never know, and I've kind of got my hopes on Johannes for the London scene. I mean, the 400 kind of EMUs covers such a wide range of eras, doesn't it? Because you can say, well, more modern day, a 450. You could say 455, which is still kind of second generation, or you could say something like a 411 or a 423, which are kind of 1950s first generation. Oh, thank goodness for that. That was Totnes, wasn't it? So we've been given that release. I don't think so, Lee, personally. I think had there been a roadmap, it should be this coming week. I suppose there's a chance it might be the following week, but I was expecting if there was going to be one that they'd announce it on Friday. So most likely they will feel that they've hit on the winning formula of a season of reveals. So I think you can expect that more likely to come out. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with both, really. I enjoy both, and I suppose it is a fact of life nowadays that you just don't get many and much by way of loco haul services. Yeah, most likely Concord, in all honesty. And the problem was, I mean, forgetting about Thomas the Tank Engine, there's a DB Schenker one, nearly all of the season of reveals was stuff that we knew about. And, you know, aside from probably the North London line, I think most of the other stuff that was announced we knew about. But I feel as though we're at that lull. We need at least one other route that is okay. We know about Crewe Preston, but we know about the extension for Richmond Stratford, but that's it UK wise. We don't know anything else that's coming out. So it'd be nice to get at least one announcement saying this route's coming out. No, me neither. I mean, Christopher, who was a former friend of the channel, but we haven't heard of for months and months and months. He kept saying, "Oh, I'd love you to get that Thomas DLC," but I think he was even offering to buy it for me. I said, look, I just haven't got any interest. I know Amaze Taze is the same. And I've got nothing against it personally, and I think it's good that young kids have got something to be interested in, but it wasn't even particularly well thought out. Choo choo. Yeah, that's true actually. That's I would have thought that in the season reveals we might possibly get to hear what I forgot what they're called now. All the people like Forks and Jetwash and Bell, their new team. What's it called? Begins with a F, doesn't it? Firefox, something like that, isn't it? But yeah, I would imagine we'll get news of that, and all the experts seem to be suggesting it's going to be Wherry lines. But yeah, I agree with you. I'll buy it, but I'm not going to be like absolutely thrilled. I think, comparatively speaking, it's a fairly boring line. I mean, presumably all aboard studios will now be working on their next release, but realistically you're probably not going to see that until Train to World 7, so it's like, who's filling in the gap? Are Rivet working on something? But surely in that, because they tend to like to go big on releases about March, April time, so hopefully we've got something big coming out round about that time. But yeah, I agree with you, and as I say, I'm sure Wherry lines, I'll drive it and I'll enjoy it, but I can't say hand on heart that I'm going to be absolutely thrilled by it. We're doing these runs now in the autumn, as everyone that, even if you start it in the afternoon, you're going to end up dark by the destination. Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I would say so. I mean, we know that Alan Thompson Simulation are definitely interested in producing another route. They were advertising for people to join their team a few weeks ago, and hopefully they can get some people to stay with them this time. I mean, it's my old moan, but I say we've got a significant part of the West Coast Main Line, but it's just frustrating that some of these bits just don't join up. And, I don't mind massively about it being a different route, and route merging would be lovely, but what I really mean is just continuous, when we do a continuous run, and some of the places at the end points are natural break points anyway. I mean, goblins. I love goblin line because I think that it's short, but at least it's end to end, and the detail on it's immense. But yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I don't think I could persuade myself to buy Thomas the Tank Engine, even if I was drunk. I mean, we've said endlessly, haven't we? But you know, I suppose the East Anglia region is one that's been hugely ignored. So I think it would tick a lot of boxes for DTG in that respect. Amazing how long it takes to take the brakes off on this thing. Yeah, very good point. I would absolutely love to have that ability. And again, you know, we're not going to get that before Train Sim World 7 unless some modder produces something really fantastic. But yeah, as you say, route hopping is a complete and utter waste of time, and I've tried it with the Bakerloo line because I can't bring myself to drive the old Bakerloo line over the West Coast Main Line bit north of Queen's Park. So, but if you change at Queen's Park, you find that, I mean, it's only up the steps, but you find route hop, walk back down again, and 9 times out of 10 your train's left the station. Yeah, there is a lot of that, apart from obviously the main line. So I mean, they're never going to do Norwich to, is this Newton Abbot? They're never going to do Norwich to Liverpool Street, but you know, it'd be quite nice to have Ipswich to Liverpool Street. Yeah, definitely Concord, yeah. There's just still so much left to do with Train Sim World. And you think about the pace and the time it takes to produce routes. You know, realistically, even in 4 or 5 years' time, there'll still be a list as long as your arm of routes that haven't been done, particularly bear in mind that we're not likely to ever get routes that are any longer than 50-60 miles. See, even a modern Great Eastern Main Line wouldn't be too boring, because, you know, if we got the Flirt, that's you know, judging by the Alan Thompson one, that's a good route to drive as well. Yeah, well, Amaze Taze reckons that, you know, all this New York rivals nonsense is just literally a way of testing out UE5, and that he's certain that there is a way of introducing the DLC into TSW. He just says they're just being lazy. So he's adamant that in a couple of years' time we'll get a Train Sim World with all the routes working in Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, I definitely hope so. I mean, there is something about this kind of hour thing, and I suppose that's the issue with gamers in many respects. You know, who really wants to do a drive that takes 2-3 hours or longer? I think the hour thing's quite a comfortable thing for a route, but yeah, hopefully. I mean, it's nice just to have the choice, and the fact these, as old Vern always moans about as well, a proper save facility where you can actually save the game and restart it again. Well, you're not watching that rubbish, are you, Lee? But yeah, maybe, I don't know, perhaps it might not be as far off as I'm expecting, but you know, the day I can do London Euston to the whole of the West Coast Main Line, London Euston to Glasgow, London Euston to Edinburgh, London Euston to Liverpool Lime Street, London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly via Stoke and Crewe, I'd be dead happy. We needn't worry about the AWS because it's telling us that we've got to slow down to 60 mile an hour. Well, that's our mileage anyway. Lovely to see the coast and the sea at this time of the night, isn't it? Never seen it like this before in the game, I don't think. So we should see Dawlish Warren should be lit up. The fairground when we go past. I mean, I've still got a little bit of a soft spot for Train Sim Classic, and I mean, I know Amaze Taze has completely uninstalled his, but I can't bring myself to do that, and there's still things you can do in Train Sim Classic that you just can't do on Train Sim World, and I know it's technology from, you know, sort of 18 years ago, but it's still got some value. It's just, the problem is, it's just not quite of the same standard. I mean, you know, classic example, that Alexandra Road estate flats as you're going out of Euston, and just to see a big flat building just doesn't do it justice. No, well, we're not, are we, Pete? Yeah, and you know, best will in the world, I wouldn't want to do it. And even, I mean, I'd do one stream. I'd be happy to do one stream like I did with, I did London Euston to Glasgow Central back in, when was it? February, March time. And you know, it's quite good fun, but you can't be doing that very often. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, when Waterloo came out for Train Sim Classic, I was absolutely delighted, and you know, the fact you could go down as far as Portsmouth. There's even an old southwestern route that takes you out to right the way down to Weymouth. that is one humongous route. I mean, it's got its issues because I think he kind of bit up more than he could chew, but he's got all the local network in and around Waterloo, and he's got, you know, all sorts of places. Windsor, what am I talking about? Yeah, all sorts of stuff. I mean, again, you know, Waterloo's a classic station to have. I know we've got Victoria, but Waterloo would be a notch up on that. Like, it's nearly dark here now, isn't it? I don't think I've seen Dawlish at night time before in the game. This is going to look amazing, this is. Wow. Love that. And also the bright scenes as we go through Dawlish Station as well. And of course as well, the one thing that I will always hanker after is I want to see Manchester Piccadilly to Stafford via Stoke, and you know, to have Macclesfield and Stockport. And I think that's an interesting route in its own right. And okay, I'm biased because it's my my era. We have got night time on this, haven't we? Yeah, night running. We're all right. We've got some adverse signals for the first time. Yeah, I agree with you, Pete. The thing for me was London Victoria to Brighton, when that came out, and you looked at the depth of the timetable and you thought, wow, you thought this is absolutely incredible, and the busyness out of Victoria, and you kind of thought straight away, well, this is the start, this is exactly, oh, you can see the game, you can see it all lit up in the background, the fairground. That's lovely. Now I've got to be careful here because I could miss out on the red signal. So you thought that was the start of it, but then I think it frightened the life out of DTG because again, there was so much problems with the console users. And I think they thought, we can't do this again. Right, so we've got a red coming up, I think. Yeah, so there's obviously a passing train that's coming in to stop at Dawlish Warren that's got the road ahead of us by the looks of it, I think. Or is that our green? We'll find out in a sec. Yeah, agreed. I mean, Alderley Edge, it got some sort of logic about it. Right, so with the second line, and we've got 2 signals. So that red there, that's not us. We're green, aren't we? Yeah, I think to begin with, they had a few problems with it, and but it's, yeah, I mean, it runs magically. I think, as Pete said, it might be the overhead lines that's the problem on some of the other routes. I mean, Alderley Edge have got a certain logic to it, because funnily enough they haven't modelled it in the game, but there are actually Piccadilly to Alderley Edge 323 services that run at the moment. But now that we've got crew in the game from All Aboard Studios, it's like that needs extending. We need to get that sorted out. And as you say, Cardiff, it's just missing all the bigger runs. A lot of potential with Cardiff City Network. Yeah, well, you wouldn't have had any complaints from me about it going to Stoke. I think the issue with the Alan Thompson route, though, is it was their very first route, so I think they wanted to do a route that they felt that they could bring out. And I think, in all honesty, you've got a group of guys that are part-time at the very best. So I don't think they wanted to push the envelope too far. Yeah, it definitely does seem to, doesn't it, Pete? Yeah, and I think that's, you can see with this route. I mean, this route runs very, very well. As you see, we're getting 60 frames per second, but you wouldn't get there if there was catenary on board. But, you know, I was happy enough with the Manchester Airport route as it came out, and hopefully it's just a signal of things to come in the future. Yeah, I mean, a friend had always said to me, well, you know, surely third rail's a lot cheaper than building all that OHLE. Why don't you just electrify all the network in third rail? But I think there's various reasons, isn't there? For some reason, it's just not very efficient. And in fact, I think the argument has been, well, before they consider doing that, I think they would be more interested in looking at putting overhead lines up on the southern region stuff. So where do we actually terminate? Is that Riverside yard through siding 4? Is that our end point? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think. Think about these longer runs as well, though. I mean, even driving a 66 for over an hour, potentially, I probably wouldn't be quite so up for doing it if I was driving it in my own free time. But doing it on the stream with, you know, having you guys to chat through is makes it interesting. Time absolutely flies by. this would be the part of the route if we're driving a Voyager or an 802, we'd be able to pick some speed up. Yeah, it seems to be the case, doesn't it? Yeah. And clearly AC works much better than DC. I think it's kind of proven. And obviously even with you know, the overhead line stuff, I mean, they had that 1500 DC stuff that they used originally on Woodhead and partly out of Liverpool Street as well originally, and then the decision was made late 50s, maybe early 60s, but to go with AC. I think it was based on what they were doing in France, and they realised it worked, so it was going to be a lot better. I mean, it still remains the fact that in the UK there is hardly any, well, I say hardly any, I mean, obviously the electrified network is getting bigger, but it still remains a substantial part of the network is still diesel. But we won't get much of a view doing the flyby with camera 8 now. Remember, I think, I don't know if I've still got it, but I've got a book somewhere about it was written round about the same time that the West Coast Main Line was electrified in the 60s, and fascinating little book, lots of information. And the thing that intrigued me the most was there was a train simulator built with a sort of a real mock-up of the cab, but I think it was using a film basically of the line, and it looked so amazing to me then. But nowadays that would look rather archaic compared with what we could do on computers. But yeah, just going back to what I was saying about London Brighton, I think it did scare them a bit at the time. So I was kind of expecting that after London Brighton we were then going to get things like Euston Milton Keynes and sort of King's Cross on the East Coast Main Line. And I know we've now got the West Coast Main Line south, but it was a good few years afterwards. It seemed to, rather than being the moment when it spurred on what they could do in the game, it seemed to hold them back, and then for a while afterwards we were getting very, very short routes. And the East Coast Main Line, when it did come out, they kind of almost said it's too much trouble to do south of Peterborough. But again, going back to the east of England being relatively boring, I mean, Doncaster to Peterborough's kind of is a bit boring. And, without at least having Leeds or York, it kind of feels like a nothing route, really. Oh, absolutely, and I think that the mindset has changed somewhat. I think we are going to get it at some point, and you know, it would kind of be. It would be one of my predictions for TSW6. I don't think we'll probably get it any earlier than that. But again, you know, suddenly if you had King's Cross Peterborough, then you've got quite a chunk of the East Coast Main Line done, and then suddenly the Peterborough to Doncaster bit kind of feels like it's got a home, or it's got some logic to it. Not that logic and dovetail games always go together. Yeah, it is, and to be honest, I've noticed before, I've occasionally featured the East Coast Main Line as the thumbnail for the stream, and those streams tend to do relatively poorly. But you know, King's Cross Peterborough, straight away you've got some interest. You've got sort of the, well, you know, if you got the 91 in the game, you'd be able to have the fast services in both respects, and loads of EMU stuff as well. Oh, excellent, Kane. Yeah, that takes me back. That does. Having a bath on a Sunday night, that was always a thing for me back in school days. Now we've got to keep an eye on these signals, haven't we, coming into the yard now? So this is probably the first time that I've actually taken it beyond. Well, okay, this isn't Exeter St David's yet, is it? I don't even know if the yard's this side of the station or the other side of the station. All right, yeah, fantastic, Pete. Yeah, thanks as ever for joining us for your company. I hope you have a good week, and we'll have a look next week at Preston Carlisle. But yeah, thank you very much for your company. Yeah, this is the trouble. And I think, as Maze Tay said, really, I don't think they're actually, nowadays, you're actually getting anything route-wise out of DTG themselves. I think it's all third-party stuff. But they obviously have to sign off and agree, I think. I just love the Just Trains logic though, and they always manage to do something extra, you know. So like Preston Carlisle, we had the Morecambe branch thrown in, and you know, with Crewe Preston, you've got a few stations in there, but they have thought, let's put in Fiddler's Ferry power station. And let's put in these MGR workings, which will be excellent. Now then, have we got a red? This is Exeter St David's, obviously. So does that little white thing mean that we've got the call on thing? Yeah, I think it does. Takes a bit of getting used to driving this 66, and glad to say I can do it nowadays. I hope so, Kane. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. I'll see if we can find a short run to finish with. It is getting quite late in the day, but we are nearly at the end of this run. Sometimes the night lighting in this is absolutely marvellous, isn't it? Never even been this end of the station. I mean, there are like depot moves that you could do. There's a 158. Okay, it's in northern livery. That's because of all the funny reskins I've got installed. I haven't, Lee. No, I used to do many years ago. Funnily enough, I was talking about this earlier on, but I used to have my mum made me an absolutely brilliant 00 gauge layout back in the 80s. We had 2 tracks going through. We had a siding. We had a proper tunnel with a proper thing over the top as well, you know, that represented the hillside. We had level crossings, we had a pub, we had stone walls built out of polished stone. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, definitely, Kane. Concord, I would. I've said before, but I mean, I love the fact that we could do it in Train Sim Classic now. But Charing Cross, across the Hungerford Bridge into Waterloo East and then London Bridge, would be a moment to savour in Train Sim World. Oh, excellent, Ferryman. Yeah. Well, I think you've won this run without any shadow of doubt at all, because I messed up by not putting the AWS on instantly, and even though I put it on a couple of minutes into the run, I think basically it canes you for it, and you don't get, it doesn't count. But that sounds like a good score. I'm sure you've won, and that will mean a 5-1 victory for you, which is brilliant, but we'll find out in a second. But I did enjoy the run though. I think, you know, time of the day could have been boring, but going by the seaside at Dawlish, you can't complain day or night. And it's interesting to see the night lighting on this route as well, which I've not seen before. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there's a lot to be said for Charing Cross being included. I mean, funnily enough, it's not a route I've done in real life very often, but oh, Right, okay. It was happy that I must have put the safety systems on early enough. Oh, there you go. Well, that's made me happy. 13,581. Wow. Perhaps I'm not such a hopeless driver after all. So 13,481. But very close, though. Very close. But yeah, lovely contest that. And great run. So I think overall that makes it 4-2. But still a good win for you, though, Brian. And well driven, well played. You've done tremendously well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely route, isn't it? So let's just pop that up on the scoreboard. Where is it now? So what run was that then? 6 Charlie. Can't read me right, 6 Charlie 10. So I'll just put that into the board. Let's access the scoreboard again, and then we'll feed those in. Feel like Mr. Babbage and Family Fortunes, or as I think somebody said, it looks more like Blockbusters, to be honest. But I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities with this scoreboard. You could actually put your own fonts in and logos and all sorts of stuff. But there we go. So that's the final results, with me 13,581, Brian 13,481, but still an overall victory for Brian of 4-2, which is brilliant. Thank you very much, Brian. Yeah, and let's say much appreciated the challenge. So we'll have a very quick look, Kane. In all honesty, it is getting fairly late, isn't it? What time is it? It's 6 minutes to 10, so it's probably just going to be a quick run up the East Coastway. I might not even do the whole journey, but let's just have a quick look at your livery. So this isn't going to be like an official run, as it were. Yeah, absolutely loved it. Yeah, and it's. I'm glad you could. I mean, it doesn't really matter. If I'd done the all the journeys without anybody else doing them at the same time, it's not the end of the world. But this is the first time in probably a year that Amaze Taze has missed a stream. I think the last time was when he had a cold one Sunday. But so I don't know if he has come down with a lurgy. I'm sure we'll find out. But it's good to do it with somebody else. Just adds a little bit of interest and excitement to the evening as well. So yeah, thank you very much for your hard work. Right, so East Coast way. Never find it when you're looking for it. Ah, there it is. East Coast way. It could be Scooby. I don't know what's in all these timetables. Have we got a 47 in this one? Don't know whether we've got a 47 on the... or what about the standard timetable? Right, so we can't do East Coastway because we've not got... Oh, wait a minute. 47 there. Was that on all along? Hang on. Was it on any of the others? Oh, I was missing it, wasn't that? Yeah, here we go. Oh, I don't know, Brian. Yeah, I was pleased I made a bit of a comeback. Oh. The problem is it not 47.4? Which one of these is it? You'll have to help me, Kane. There's obviously so many of them. So you've got the northern... Oh. Yeah, it's not one of these, is it? Yeah, I think it's not. I think it's not working on East Coastway. Yeah, I don't think it works on. Because the thing is, if you just select that, then you obviously going to get the blue one. What's it actually called? I can't remember what the reskin's called. Yeah, thank you very much, Scooby. Yeah, have a good week and see you all next week. So let's have a quick look at Northern Transpennine. That might be the easiest way of doing it. Yes, I do remember Kane, yeah, but I can't find it under here, so yeah, night, Lee. Yeah, thanks for joining us. That's much appreciated. Thank you very much. I'm a bit stuck, Kane, to be honest. I'll do one last chance at like free roam or something, but I will be calling it a day soon because there's only so long we can go on for, I think. I'm sure I installed it. Right, hang on. East Coastway. Alright, so let's just go. It's not very good, to be honest, Kate. Well, Sounds disrespectful, that, because it's obviously an early development, and I think hats off to it being created, but it's kind of only in very early stages, so it isn't kind of excited enough at the moment to do a decent run on, I don't think. But it could be good in time. So I'll have a quick look and see if I can find it anyway. Liveries. So it won't be that. Won't be that. VT. Blue we've tried. It's probably me, to be honest, Kate. I'm sure I've installed it, but I can't find it in the game. I mean, I'll just have a quick check on the Creators Club, but it was the last thing I did last Sunday, and okay, I might have been a bit tired by then, but I did see it. So if we say liveries, trouble is there's 12 pages. Yeah, if I can't get it up, Kate, I'll try and see if I can get it in for next week. A quick look of all the some of the liveries I've got installed. There you go. I told you I got it in. So, I mean, this is it, and as you've put, this is a remembrance for my nan's dog called Max, who passed away from bone cancer on the 27th of October 2025. He was adopted in February 2023, named as Tom, but a few days later they changed the name to Max. In 2024, he was injured by a cat but later recovered. He was also found with another dog called Jerry, who is still alive. Both Max and Jerry were found in Derby, UK. Max will be missed, passed away at 11 years old. He will always be loved and remembered. So I can see there the work that you've put in, and I have to say, looks absolutely beautiful, mate. So yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Brian, for joining us. That marks the end of the stream. And I say, next week we're going to have a look at the West Coast Main Line over Shat modern 2019 timetable. I'll see if I can get round to putting a video up during the week. But just to say, thank you very much for everybody for watching. Thanks for Brian for doing the runs with us tonight. Great competition. Brian emerged as 4-2 winner tonight. And if you're new to the channel and you would consider liking and subscribing, then I'd be tremendously grateful if you haven't done so before. So thank you very much, and until next week, from Power Flower Trains and Planes it's a very good night.